deep concern for the country's socio-political stability and the seeming autocratic contagion apparently spreading across different regions of our beloved continent. The President, as a man who has made significant personal sacrifices in his own life in the cause of advancing and defending democracy, is of the unwavering belief that power belongs in the hands of Africa's great people and not in the barrel of a loaded gun. The President affirms that the rule of law and a faithful recourse to constitutional resolutions and instruments of electoral dispute resolution must not at any time be allowed to perish from our great continent. To this end, the President is working very closely and continuing to communicate with other heads of state in the African Union toward a comprehensive consensus on the next steps forward with respect to how the crisis in Gabon will play out, into how the continent will respond to the contagion of autocracy we are seeing spread across our continent.
I got in touch with the hydrologist on the dam, and he told me that they opened their dam 10 minutes past 10 a.m. in the morning of 14th of August. And they were spilling water at the rate of 200 cubic meters per second. Then on Monday, he sent another message that we have closed our gates and that we did it by 11 a.m. on Monday, 28th of August. So as of today, there is no more spillage of water from the Lagdo Dam.
We have already started experiencing flood in some parts of the country this year with the onset of the rainy season. The release from the Lagdo Dam will only worsen the flood situation and therefore calls for concerted efforts so as to address and mitigate the impact. The state on the downstream of the River Benue are Adamawa, Taraba, Benue, Nasarawa, Kogi, Anambra, Enugu, Edo, Delta, Rivers, and Bayelsa states.
Arrested within the shores of Nigeria, that they are subject to Nigerian laws. We don't need to obtain permission from their host countries to prosecute them. It's like a Nigerian, for example, committing a crime in China or in Israel or in US. He's prosecuted there straight away. It's only when you want, for example, the person to be repatriated. Maybe if an American commits an offense here, you still want that person repatriated back to America. Then you have to go to the whole gamut of extradition laws. But in this case, if you commit an offense here within the Nigerian waters, within the Nigerian shores, then you are subject to Nigerian laws. These people stealing the oil, they are government officials in collaboration with the Navy. So the Navy can never extricate itself. And that's what I was telling the Rear Admiral. If you are put in charge of a facility to guard it, you are the security man, and robbers come there, who will be the first person to ask? Is the security man.
Hello Nigerians, today you have a surprise weather forecast presenter. More rains and thunderstorms are expected by Wednesday morning across parts of Adamawa, Taraba, Nasarawa, Benue, the FCT, Niger, and Kwara, including most places over the northwestern region. There are prospects of rains across most parts of the inland cities of south, as well as the coastal cities. These rains are expected to continue later in the day across the south, while thunderstorms are expected over the central region and the northern parts of the country. Thank you.
Okay, let's go over it now, the things that you heard. We started off with a press statement from the presidency on the coup in Gabon yesterday. Special advisor to the president on media, that's Ajurin Galale, speaking with the media. And then from there, an update from the Nigerian authorities, the I think it's the Hydrological Authority as well as NEMA, speaking on the Lagdo Dam. They say for now, at least you heard it, for now it's not a threat because of the way it is open. The gates are open and closed. However, if the rains increase and the pressure piles up and they open it a bit longer, then it may become a threat. So for now, the threat may be less from the Lagdo Dam. So we have to pray that the rains don't become a bit more intense. If that's the case, and then they have to evacuate a lot more water, then there may be a crisis. And then from there, you also heard Ozokeme, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. He was one of the keynote speakers at the ongoing NBA conference. He spoke on oil theft, crude oil theft, prosecution of foreigners in Nigeria allegedly involved in oil theft and siphoning. Okay, he spoke on that, and he also mentioned the case of complicity in the part of the Navy and some government officials. And then you heard what, for those that can identify his voice, Festus Keyamo was speaking on a special duty. He said he paid a visit to the Meteorological Agency of Nigeria, and they sort of just played with him and pleaded with him to do a live weather forecast. Okay, that broadcast, which was what you heard. Okay, so let's move on from there to other things. Perhaps one of the most ridiculous, unbelievable video that's trending is still trending till now. Ali Bongo, the president of Gabon, calls it make noise so that something would happen. I'm being held, my family held somewhere else since the coup. If you haven't heard it, take a listen.
I'm Ali Bongo, Ondimba, president of Gabon, and I'm to send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world to tell them to make noise. For the people here have arrested me and my family. My son is somewhere, my wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence. Right now, I'm in the residence and nothing is happening. I don't know what's going on. So I'm calling you to make noise, really. I'm thanking you. Thank you.
Okay, let's make noise. How much noise do we need? Make noise. Apparently, all of the things that the things being said about Bazoum, were they noise to gain attention? Let's make noise. Okay, so we have, I may not be able to keep to the plan, but I'm hoping that we can still do that within time. FCT Minister has quite a lot to say, and we can't take everything. He had an interview. He also had a meeting with the press corps of the FCT, and he's still having that running issue with the press corps about what is reported about him as against what he actually said. We'll begin from that, and then the interview he had with Channels TV yesterday. Parts of it, the parts of it that really concern us, those are the parts we would allow you to listen to. And then when we come back, it may just exceed a bit beyond 8:30 in terms of sharing the trends and also looking at some of the what the prints have captured as well. We may just slightly go beyond 8:30, but I'll try my best to keep it in time because members of the panel would have a thing or two to say. But we're not making noise, though. Just for the records, we are not making noise. If Bongo feels that noise is going to save him in his current predicament in Gabon, I don't know. So let's take a listen to the former governor of Rivers State, FCT minister, speak on his continued sparring with the media.
You said, I promise to deliver the Millennium Park in 24 months. Where did I say that? All I said, we are trying to see how we can carry some projects, discuss with the contractors. So, okay, for example, contractor A, will it take you 2 years to do this? How much are we going to be paying you? Contractor B, is it going to take you 1 year or 2 years? Tell us, so we know how much we are going to apportion. That's what we said. I never said, I'm going to deliver Millennium Park 2 years. But if it's the will of God, it should be delivered soon. So be it. Yesterday, when the LCDA I never said 8 or something billion. I never said so. I said million. Where Charles? Where's the lady? Somebody sent me on your page. That said 8 or something billion. I didn't say so. So I had to call the director of press. Look, what is this? So you see, we have to be, assuming you didn't hear well, it's within your purview to call the director of press. Look, I don't know what I had well. You know, no ministry, not to talk about, can release such money. Even we have such money, and all projects are abandoned. So the point I'm making, we have to report the correct thing. That's the point we're trying to make. Maybe it was a mistake, but I thought you should have corrected it. Yeah, Peter said no, that was not correct. Why should I put an umbrella? Why should I beg him? The law must be applied. Sanctions must be applied according to law. So it's nothing to do. He said, I'm an elite. So, is it the poor people that are causing the problems? Is it the poor people that are developing where they're not supposed to develop? Tell me. Who are distorting the master plan of the NCT? Is it the poor? Do they have the money to go and develop? No. The so-called elites, the so-called rich people, who think that nothing will happen. Who told you nothing will happen? Something will happen. Things will work out well. If we tell you what we have seen in FCT, we do respect to you. We do respect. FCT is dead. I can tell you authoritatively. I don't give a damn what anybody will say. Yes, it's true. And we are coming up to tell the public. See what is on ground. See what we have seen. We're not going to hide it. We're not going to hide it. I was telling the Permanent Secretary this morning, how can there be a garnishing order against them? $800 million US. How do you survive from it? How? Who are those responsible for this? Who are those responsible for this? That a territory, that no project, everything abandoned, there's a guarantee of $800 million US. Do you know what they're talking about? How do you survive it? Minister, you were there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go and see what happened. Just, I met Mr. President the other day. Just look, we must bring back sanitation. Yes, we must. Everybody has to be involved. 2 Saturdays in the month, is it too big to clean your environment? 7 o'clock to 10 a.m., 3 hours, what is big there? Governance is not about party. Party is a vehicle that conveys you, right? I'm a PDP member. Oh yes, so unprintable. What have that got to do with governance? Remember, Obasanjo and Atiku, President and Vice President of this country, 1999, they took late Buhari, who was an aide member, not just to become Minister of Power, but Attorney General, #1 minister of the country. You remember that? Mm-hmm. Yes. Because Obasanjo and Atiku believed that he can contribute in this area. Did you understand that? I never hid my intention. As a PDP member, I came out that I'm going to support equity, fairness, and justice. So what is new now about anybody talking about I'm serving in APC government? I was in PDP. I supported Bola Tinubu. Yes. Did I hide it? I feel at home working with Bola Tinubu. I feel at home. He has given me that courage. I've discovered that he's a man who means well for the country. So he's looking for people who will support him and get Nigeria, achieve the renewed hope he has given to Nigeria. I'm not here to work for a party. I'm here to support the president who has confidence in me to help him to deliver the renewed hope. And I owe nobody any apologies at all. I was in PDP. I worked for Ahmed Tinubu to be president of Nigeria. In fact, if people are forgetting history, no, in the southeast and south, there's no one state the president won except River State. Yes. We won't apologize for it. We came out to say it earlier that we're going to support a certain president. Let me tell you this. We're just waiting for the presidential panel to finish. You know who actually are those who are working well for the party. How can anybody talk about expelling me. A state that provided that bought the governor. A state that bought three senatorial, the three senators. A state that produced 32 House Assembly members over 32. A state that produced 11 out of 13 House of Rep. The person that will suspend me is one that couldn't produce a governor. Is one that couldn't produce three senators. Is one that couldn't produce assembly. But look, I have not seen that person. With all due respect, nobody will do it. So the issue they will do does not allow discipline me. I should be the one calling for the discipline of these people who violated the party constitution. And you violated the constitution of the party. Who dares that person that will say will suspend? Who is that person? Who? I want to dare anybody who will say that. Listen. We're no man of character. I'm a man of character. I can tell you authoritatively. What happened? This government, what the press was saying was not what I said. I never said PDP governors nominated ministers. I never said so. I said that this government wrote to all the governors of PDP and APC to nominate people for appointments. That's what I said. To nominate people for appointment, 10 person, 13. Yes. And I said, PDP governors nominated people for appointment. Appointment is appointment, both as board, both as commissions. Right? I challenge anybody who is the governor of people that said he never wrote any letter to this government for social people to be appointed under this government. Has anybody come to challenge me? Has anybody come to challenge me? Let any one governor come up to say, you are telling lies, I never wrote. I photocopy and I'll show the word. Come on, I see, sometimes, listen, I never, to tell you how I respect the party. I respect the party. I wrote to the national chairman and his people. That is the offer made to me by the president. Did they say they told me not to not accept? I wrote a letter to the zonal chairman of my party. They said, accept it. It's a court for duty. I wrote to the state chairman of my party. He said, accept it. I wrote to my governor. He said, accept it. Who are these people coming to say they will discipline? Discipline who? Who discipline who? Look, forget about the rantings of the reggae dancers in their so-called, they say they know. They are all regretting of the action they took. It's because of arrogance and impunity. Arrogance and impunity. That's what led the party where they are today. They know they have to apologize. They know. Yeah, I see the presidential candidate, his boys ranting on television every day. I see them. He sent them to abuse me. I don't care. You see, one thing this thing has shown. Remember, when this problem, when you saw what Nduka, when his mother died, if you remember that video, when he was dancing with the former governor of Sokoto, my friend Tambua, you saw the video. You saw the analysis of our eyes. They were every morning centered on me. I said, this election will prove one thing. It will prove one thing. And I'm happy, comfortable. It should. Of all of them, who delivered 3 senators in their state? Who delivered 100% of the assembly? Who delivered 98% of the House of Reps? Ask them. Today, I said, they had their media arrest every morning was centered on me. I kept quiet. I told our people, don't worry yourself. The end will justify who is important, who has electoral value. Not media value, I'm talking about electoral value. Not that I have the media house to insult somebody. Now look at it. I am proud. Finished well as governor. Did very well. My people gave me a heroic welcome. Yes. I delivered our candidates, yes. I delivered the candidate that I said would stand for justice, equity, and fairness against them, yes. So I was happy. Very happy, man. No, that's not correct. You see that the chairman of the party had defeated it. See, you must know politics. There are some underground movement people. You see, that today the FCT minister is not what you can think. There are some APC people too that are not happy with it. Yes. Some people can play some funny thing, put his name there. Let this party start his member. See, at my level. Do I look at somebody who will do something and hide about it? You can't enroll me to anything. Whatever I would do. If I want to enter APC today, come on now, talk to my people. I know it makes news, social media, this and that. People say I should go and say what does not exist. Why will you put my name? I'm not a member. I'm still a member of PDP. Even those PDP that put my name in Barrister, did they tell me? I don't want to discuss social media issues. I don't want this popularity. People talk about social media. You don't like that. Peter Obi, please, I want reality on ground. I don't discuss those things. And I don't discuss about presidential candidates any longer. I discuss about the economy, the president, what he has to offer. I don't want to. If he would have been better, Nigerians would have voted for him. So this is who Nigeria voted for. It's more than belief. He has the capacity. Just give him support. Pray for him.
Okay, let's see what we can do now. All right, 8:24. Kelly Kemenjima is my name. It's the newspaper review segment. Today's quest on Today 95.1. 31st of August 2023. Well, some of the things you heard, if we get there, we'll just slide over and take some other stories. We'll do this as quickly as possible, and then members of the panel would have a bite on some of the stories. We'll do that till about 9 a.m. We'll go for the news update. After the news update at 9, we'll pay some bills, and then we'll continue with opinion poll. That should take us till almost 10 a.m., the news update. After that, pay some bills and continue on with our conversation this morning. So, welcome everyone. If you're just joining us, let's take off. Daily Post is our first stop. Remember, posts you can find on social media, Today95.1fm. Again, post social media, Today95.1fm. And then you can send messages, SMS, traditional SMS portal, and then via WhatsApp, 0701-9339-962. Again, 0701-9339-962. Let's begin. Daily Post, first up. Nigerians would have voted Peter Obi if he was better than Tinubu. You just heard that. That's the closing of parts of that interview on Channels TV yesterday. Nigerians would have voted Peter Obi if he was better than Tinubu. Wike speaking there. Let's slide over. Gabon military arrests Bongo's son for treason. Oh, there's a development now on social media. Is it Kagame? Paul Kagame has done a rejig in his military. Hey, and Paul Biya has equally done same. I thought they are not afraid. Huh? Paul Biya is Cameroon now.
Yes.
Kagame is Rwanda.
Kagame is even a lot responsible.
Well, he has gone ahead to do a rejig now.
A whole lot responsible.
Of his military. Let me read it out. RDF press release, retirement in Rwanda Defense Force, dated August 30, 2023. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Rwanda and Commander-in-Chief of Rwanda Defense Force, has approved the retirement of the following generals. And then they mention the generals about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, just about 15 of them. His Excellency has also approved the retirement of 83 senior officers, 6 junior officers, 86 senior NCOS, 678 end of contract, and 160 medical discharges. My goodness, interesting times. In the case of Paul Biya, decree appointing officials to Ministry of Defense. And then it goes on, long page there, but I can't read it now. The 90-year-old President Paul Biya makes significant changes in the Ministry of Defense. He has just appointed personnel at the internal and external services of the ministry. Biya has been Cameroon's president since 1982. He was the prime minister from 1975 to 1982. Okay, he was prime minister, then president. So he has just been in the corridors of power for as long as... Anyway, let's move on. Let's look at some of the stories now. Gabon military arrests Bongo's son for treason. The military junta in Gabon has detained the son of the deposed President Ali Bongo in a coup on Wednesday, according to news outlets. Daily Post reported that on Wednesday, Gabonese senior military officials overthrew Ali Bongo, who was recently re-elected for a third term. The report says Bongo's son was arrested for treason. The military had earlier announced that President Ali Bongo was under house arrest, surrounded by his family and doctors. Interior Minister Tunji Ojo tells NCOS personnel to take their job seriously or get fired. The Minister of Interior, Honorable Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, has told the personnel of the Nigeria Correctional Service to take their job seriously or be shown the way out. The minister equally warned them against sabotage, insisting that no act of sabotage would be allowed from any of them. He issued the warning during an assessment tour of the national headquarters of the NCOS in Abuja on Wednesday. All right. Pa Akinkunmi, FG reacts to the death of the designer of the Nigerian flag. The federal government of Nigeria mourning the death of the designer of the Nigerian flag, Pa Taiwo Akinkunmi. He passed away at the age of 84 at his family home in Ibadan after a brief illness. I am particularly saddened over the news of the demise of Pa Taiwo Akinkunmi, a national icon whose contribution to national unity will remain indelible, Minister of Information and National Orientation said in a statement on Wednesday. He went on to note that the death of Pa Akinkunmi came at a time when Nigeria is reinventing itself for peace, development, and enduring national reconciliation. Okay, thank you. Let's move on. Vanguard. Gabon General named transitional president by coup leaders. I heard that they are cousins. I heard the new leader is cousin to Ali Bongo. Somebody on social media says it's a family feud. Don't worry. It's not about the people. It's a family feud. The leaders of the coup in Gabon on Wednesday named Republican Guard Chief General Brice Oligui transitional president, according to a TV statement after the military seized control in the wake of elections. General Oligui Brice was unanimously appointed chairman of the Committee for the Transition and Restoration of Institutions. Chairman of the transition declared an officer in the presence of dozens of senior officers, according to the press release read out on Gabon 24. PDP has no right to discipline me for being in Tinubu's government. Wike, this one is hot. It's trending fire. Full discharge from Lagdo Dam may happen should rains persist. NEMA, part of what you listen to, but a little more is contained there, so let me read this real quick. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has said that the Lagdo Dam might commence a full discharge of excess water should the region in Cameroon experience heavy and persistent rainfall. Director General of NEMA, Mustafa Habib Ahmed, stated this during the Emergency Coordination Forum of Disaster Management Stakeholders in Abuja. According to him, this particular meeting has been necessitated by the notification received from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the modulated release of water from Lagdo Dam in Cameroon on the Benue River. The country has commenced release of water from the dam at the rate of 200 cubic meters per second, which is about 18 million cubic meter of water per day. This release may result to all front-line states experiencing flooding in subsequent days and weeks. It is of great importance to take note that the dam might commence full discharge of excess water in the event that the region experiences heavy rainfall. The NEMA boss also went on to note that there is no standing budget for impact on the flooding from the Lagdo Dam, adding that there won't be any standing budget until there is an assessment. He further explained that the setting up of IDP camps in the states that would be affected by flood was solely the responsibility of the state governors and that NEMA would assist where necessary. Okay, so let's move on. On our Facebook page, the link is there. So some of the other details that we have left out, you can read up for yourself. Daily Trust is our next stop. Army commander asked disloyal soldiers to leave as school spreads across Africa. The General Officer commanding GOC 81 Division, Nigeria Army, Major General Mohammed Chakuti Usman, on Wednesday asked soldiers to be loyal to President Bola Tinubu and the constituted authority at all times. Usman said this while addressing soldiers at the 35th Artillery Brigade in Abeokuta, Ogun State. The GOC told them to be professional and exhibit total loyalty, beginning with the president down to the top echelon of the armed forces. His comment comes amid the military coup spreading across African nations, with Gabon being the latest. Usman, flanked by the Brigadier General Mohammed Tajuddin Aminu, the commander 35 Artillery Brigade, warned that Nigerian armed forces would not condone disloyalty. He admitted that there are some challenges, but they are not peculiar to the brigade command. Let's move on. Economy. Tinubu continuing the mistakes of Buhari. SDP Adebayo speaking. Prince Adewale Adebayo, candidate of the Social Democratic Party in the 2023 presidential election, says President Bola Tinubu is going the way of Muhammadu Buhari's predecessor as far as the economy is concerned. Speaking on the ongoing space of Daily Trust themed 3 months in power, how the economy has fared under Tinubu, Adewale describes fuel subsidy removal as bad policy. He says, in advanced economies, whatever makes the economy thrives is being subsidized. In America, they subsidize pharmaceuticals, they subsidize health. In the UK, they subsidize transportation. It's like carelessly using a knife to cut someone's skin, and you are supplying the person with Panadol, plastic, and iodine. Why did you cut the person in the first place? I hope they will correct the error. Otherwise, they may lose time. If between now and 2027, President Tinubu does not fill the leadership gap, we will step in. Okay. They can't deny Nigerians good leadership on the basis that there is no good leadership in Nigeria, because there is. We have to make an example that black people can govern themselves. We have the intelligence. Okay. Premium Times, Tinubu speaks on Gabon coup, says autocratic contagion spreading in Africa. Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu says autocratic contagion is spreading across Africa and is committed to working with other heads of state in the continent to defend democracy. Mr. Tinubu said this in his first response to the Wednesday coup in Gabon, according to a statement by his spokesperson Ajuri Ngelale. In his statement, Mr. Ngelale says President Tinubu is watching developments unfolding in Gabon very closely and with deep concern for the country's socio-political stability and at the seeming autocratic contagion appearing to spread to other parts of the African continent. In a separate statement on Wednesday, Ngelale says President Tinubu held a substantive and extended discussion with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, where issues related to the crisis in the Niger Republic and the unfolding situation in Gabon were discussed. The Cable is our next stop, and it opens with this story. Will make police take full control of internal security, says Ribadu. New Ribadu, National Security Advisor, says the goal of his office is to ensure that the Nigeria police takes full control of internal security without any need to invite the military. He spoke on Wednesday while presenting a paper at the ongoing National Annual Conference of the Nigeria Bar Association. Represented by a special advisor in the legal department of the office of the NSA, Ribadu says achieving the goal would help the army to focus better on external security and terrorism. The NSA says there must be a closer interagency collaboration as well as capacity building in ensuring success in the fight against insecurity. Okay. Egbetokun, 190,000 additional police personnel needed to secure Nigeria. Let's slide over this. We'll come back to it in a moment. Saliu Tanko Yakasai resigns from PRP, says Ganduje asked him to return to the APC. I was personally disappointed when I read this story. Personally disappointed because I've been following his trajectory from when he would criticize President Buhari at the time, even when he was a 7th commissioner in Ganduje's government, and he said he didn't care, he was going to leave. And some of the remarks he had made since then, even when he campaigned to be governor of the state, well, he's decided to go back to the APC. He says Ganduje asked him to return to the APC. That's the story, really. So you can read it for yourself. The link is there. Egbetokun asked senior police officers to curb extortion of commuters on highways. Kayode Egbetokun, acting Inspector General of Police, is warning officers against the extortion and harassment of commuters until so we're sliding over as well. Wike decries $800 million Ganishi court order against the FCTA. We'll talk about this in a moment, but it was also part of some of the trends that you listen to. And then the Punch will fight crime in Rivers to a standstill. Fubara will fight crime in Rivers to a standstill. Rivers State Governor Sir Siminalayi Fubara has said he's passionate about fighting crime to a standstill in the state. He said this during the Rivers Zero Crime Campaign flag-off ceremony organized by the Nigeria Police Rivers State Command on Wednesday. The governor, who was represented by its deputy, Professor Ngozi Odu, appreciated the synergy that had been experienced or expressed by stakeholders, noting that the Rivers State is not peaceful and free of crime. Development would not be sustained and people would not sleep with their eyes closed. He says the state government had always partnered with the police and other security agencies to fight crime, adding that under the watch of the immediate past governor, surveillance and tactical centers were set up where surveillance and tactical operations were carried out across the state. Well, says we're synergizing with the police to ensure that Rivers State is peaceful, loving and calm to everyone who comes here to do business. All right, those are the stories. Oh, I think we should have done better. Okay, let me introduce members of the panel as we start our discussion. First, Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe, our own in-house analyst. Morning to you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Good to see you also.
Mr. Fineface Dumnamene Fineface, environmental justice activist and executive director, Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center, YIC Nigeria. Morning to you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly, and good morning, everyone. Happy Thursday.
Mr. Arochukwu Paul Ubona Esquire, National Coordinator, Civil Rights Council. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Nigerians.
Okay, so let's. How many of you were really interested in all the gossip of yesterday? I know that Mr. Ndukwe did not follow it. He has already made up his mind to keep clear of the news when he's out of the studio. So let me not bug him with this. But my face, the weekend interview. The bagbos from there, the Ali Bongo's noise.
There have been a lot of bagbos at the local, national, and international level.
Wow!
So it's been hot since
quite
yesterday.
A day.
Yeah. So we can just make some noise unto the Lord,
Wow!
Like the Christians here will say,
make joyful noise unto the Lord.
Unto the Lord. So, well, from the this Gabon. We heard about the coup and we condemn it because...
you condemn it?
Why I condemn the coup? Because we cannot begin to go to the dark days. We are talking about a situation whereby democracy will thrive, and we should have a system where human rights are protected, because the moment a military government comes into power, the constitution is suspended, your rights are suspended and strong, the civil space is strong. And I tell you that if we were to be in Gabon this morning, you cannot see activists like us in the studio because the military is in power. We don't know what we will say, and as we step out of the studio, we are taken into custody.
Well, I do understand it, but what is light about one family holding power for 56 years?
Yeah, that's a quite different thing. If they wanted to get him out of power, they know what to do. I have advised people on this radio station oftentimes that if you want to...
They know what to do.
They know what to do. The citizens of Gabon, they know what to do.
What should they have done?
What I describe as ballot box coup. Okay?
Have they not tried? The military, in defending their action, had said the election wasn't a representation of what the people of Gabon
They were the same people they used to making sure that the people of Gabon don't vote the way they wanted to vote.
So what exactly would the people have done when you have a set of persons legally allowed to carry guns to protect the country?
Yeah.
So if you said they were used against the wishes of the people...
It is there, and I think that the civil society is not active. The institutions are also weak because there are things we need to do. Like we had in Nigeria in the last election.
Yeah.
We tried our best, although our best wasn't enough because the system also skewed the votes that the people casted.
But then as
alleged, we must continue to ensure that we continue to push, because I tell people the worst form of civilian rule is better than the best military government you can think about.
Okay.
We know what our people passed through to bring us to where we are today, and we have to sustain the current democratic principles and make more demands on the system to making sure that things work well. Then our former governor in the FCT, well, he spoke yesterday, and it's like there are two different avenues in which he spoke. And
he had one with the press corps, FCT press corps, and then that interview with Channels
TV. Yeah, I think he spoke on a wide spectrum of issues, and he touched on a lot of things. And I wish him well, and I believe that he's also getting very hot. He's the hottest minister we have now in the Republic. And I would say that our former governor should speak less at this time.
Okay.
It's not always good to... There is what we call living when the ovation is high. You try to live when the ovation is high. The fact that he's media friendly, always speaking and making this, doesn't mean that other people cannot speak and also twist some of the things he says.
Is he media friendly?
Yeah, he's media friendly because he's always making the headline anytime he speaks and stuff like that, because he dishes out some of the things that some politician wouldn't want to say. But the point here remains that the ovation is very, very high. He should try to speak, he should settle down on his job and be able to work out some modalities that will not make him to be coming to the media, because he's hearing a lot of controversies, and I don't think it's very good for him now at the center.
Mr. Ndukwe, is it media friendly?
I don't think so, Kelly. I don't. Because if I convene a press conference, the media people will come.
They will come.
Certainly. So, again, I want to tell Fineface that if any human wants goats on any road to follow him, let the person just go and cut palm fronds. Carry that palm fronds be walking on the road. Goats must come out and follow you. And so if both those in Gabon, Nigeria, everywhere, all the leaders if they don't want coup, let them behave well to the people they are leading. That is it. Coup is just like that man from watching you. Now, rather the goats, which are the in this way, according to my proverb, the military is watching on the civilian leaders. Once they go wrong and they keep on going wrong consistently, and people are crying, even though there's a catch there, even though themselves will not come and do better, but they will come because they are the only constituted body that have a power, force to push out whoever. And stay. Nobody pushes them out, except who are among themselves. And so, once you don't do things right, you will always have interventions, whichever form it takes.
Okay. Barrister.
What happened in Gabon is a welcome development, and I congratulate the soldiers.
I'm not surprised. From you, I'm not surprised.
Yes, I congratulate the soldiers because Ali Bongo wants us to make noise, but he didn't care to listen to the noise of the Gabonese for more than 14 years. Ali Bongo wants us to make noise in front of men that are armed with AK-47. He wants us to die for him, for oppressing us for 14 years, and for being a beneficiary of power in upwards of 50 years. Look, listen. Some of the theories we spread are not correct. Who said that the worst form of military rule is the worst form of civilian rule? It's not true.
But if your opinion is different from the opinion of those that believe that, then it's your opinion against theirs.
Look at it. I have said it in this studio, and I want a debate. Who told us that democracy is the best form of government, is the only form of government? We have studied elementary government in schools now. There were different structures or methods of governing people were lacked. Then somebody comes to a point at democracy. Somebody may say democracy is the best form of force for us in Europe or for us in America. That he can say so.
What's wrong with
You cannot
democracy?
come back and tell me that it is the best form of government because it works for me in Rivers State.
What's wrong with democracy?
And look, listen. Nothing is wrong with democracy per se. Democracy as per democracy.
But the real
democracy as per democracy. Democracy in the simple way of human beings expressing their desire and aspirations to make choices between alternatives.
And it being allowed to stand.
Exactly. So if we are to make our choices, to give our opinion, to make choice, very, very simple. And of course, if such a thing happened in Africa, a lot of people who are parading themselves as leaders would have ended up, they would have been in our poultry farms, tending to chickens. Unfortunately, these characters are those who have climbed to the hems of affairs in Africa, for instance.
Is it tending or owning the farms?
I'm telling you, they should be tending to manning as security men by the farms, guarding the chickens. These are not people who ought to have taken responsible political positions. Let me give you an instance. In Rwanda, for instance, the man in Rwanda has stayed there for years. One, Europeans are of the opinion that Paul Kagame is not democratic. But Rwanda is the only face of Africa. Rwanda is the only leadership you look at in Africa, you have a sense of pride.
No, that's not quite correct. There's Mauritius, there's Egypt, there's Algeria.
Yes, look at Rwanda from the point of view of their peculiar history. Where they are coming from, where they are now.
How about South Africa? If you talk about the peculiar history,
if you look at South Africa, they have degenerated substantially. The rate at which South Africa was when the blacks took over, if they ran with it, if they brought their black, the African spirit into it and ran with it, it would have been a lot easier. There's hardly any leader in South Africa.
Mandela could have told himself after all he went through that I have a right to the seat of power as my inheritance.
No.
But he decided not to.
What I'm talking about, that leaders that came after the apartheid ended, after the black man took over in South Africa, and particularly after Mandela left, that practically all their leaders were cited for corruption and they were palpable acts of corruption.
I'm saying the same thing. That Mandela too could have made the decision to say I'm the best person and the only person that can lead South Africa.
And by the way, the problem in Africa is not necessarily how long the leaders stay. It's what they do. Kelly, if you are made the governor of Rivers State, or even if you are the president of Nigeria, and you deliver essential needs, how long you stay to me is not the issue. If democracy is all about, if we reduce democracy to periodic elections, any set of idiots can come out every 4 years in African nations and tell you their leader. That is exactly what is happening. The problem with Ali Bongo, for instance, is not necessarily that Ali Bongo has been there for 14 years. Were we not ruled by traditional rulers in time past? And there were traditional rulers who ruled for a lifetime, and they were acknowledged in our history as black people to be very good leaders. It's not, to me, it's not about, in fact, periodic election to me is resource guzzling and time wasting. We're talking about those who have pride. In Europe, when they started in Europe, they started with monarchy. They now translated to democracy. And even when they started, it was not this form of democracy that they had. When the Americans started, there was periodic election came at a point in their life. But what we want is responsible leaders. Look, there is a kind of leadership Ali Bongo we are giving the Gabonese. Nobody will talk of overthrowing you. And when in Africa, men have acted irresponsibly, when they have colluded with foreign interests, undermined their national interest. What pains me in Africa is somebody undermining national interest. And that is why I advocate that evil leaders ought and must be executed. Any man who your community and another community is fighting and you are selling intelligence about your community and that community, if you are caught, you should be dismembered. Any member, any man from a particular country who sells his country interest, the sovereignty, the power of the people, you try to mortgage it for your own private gain, the only punishment due for the man is death. And the most painful part of death. So when they even overthrow them and they have the mouth to tell me make noise, some even will tell you they are not drinking tea, and that one will say he was not being given chicken. This one is telling you his medical doctors around him. Why are you keeping medical doctors around him for? Okay. The Gabonese don't have any medical attention. That is why they're celebrating on the street. And the man is still telling you he doesn't have. Tomorrow now, I guarantee you, next tomorrow he'll tell us they didn't give him chicken. What sort of nonsense is this? Okay. The military boys are not even acting soldierly enough. Destroy these men and let's make some peace.
Destroy them
completely. Let society move ahead. They have destroyed their country. Do you know what is happening in Rwanda? Foreign interests are in Gabon, mining natural resources, taking it to Europe and North Africa, increasing the powers of Europe, giving opportunity for us to borrow money, and they give us repaying conditions that it defies economics and accountancy. And these men pretend over such things, and then also boys with our own guns point a gun at him, and you keep on complaining, telling people to make noise. They should remove the whole of his teeth and tongue, that he doesn't have a to talk again.
Mr. Ndukwe, I need you to help me here. When lexicons fly on the radio space, while it is the opinion of, we had one with Adu Babare, that was on Tuesday.
Yeah, on Tuesday.
Now it is this idiot people in power. I'm really constrained. I'm looking at the word idiot and it's derogatory. It's a stupid person. There's an archaic one, all right, which is medical. A person having an intellectual disability. Should we allow it fly?
Well, it depends if we specify that. If he specified, for instance, if he has said Bongo is an idiot.
An idiot.
Good. He would have made a tremendous mistake. But if he says idiotic governments, I mean, Kelly, nobody is specified. And there is nothing like idiotic government, but you use your tongue to count your teeth.
Okay. Let's go to Abuja. I try not to dwell so much on Wike's new assignment. But when he says certain things and you just want to talk about it because you want to mirror his character as governor and as minister, you just try to talk about those things. But he has work to do in Abuja. Let him focus on the work that he has to do in Abuja. If he can grow Abuja, make the metro line work. Like Lagos is supposed to, the light rail in Lagos should begin on Monday, the 4th of September. And I think that's fantastic. I think it's fantastic. It will go all the way to mile 2. I forgot the distance now. I think from Marina all the way to mile 2. Quite fantastic. But is there a lesson that the FCT minister can learn from the $800 million Ganishi court order against the FCTA? Because the style that he's using, the approach that he was deploring, and one of the things I've said to myself is, if as governor you did some of these things and people grumbled, I heard that there are cases in court. The state government can act in a certain autocratic way towards responding to court orders and all of those things. But when you get to the center, Abuja, it won't be the same thing. It really will not be the same thing. You will not have this latitude to run people roughshod and expect that nothing will happen. Whether they did it legally or illegally, in fact, they could even look at the process with which you went about what you did and hold you in court. A garnishee order means that you deduct from source. The court has ordered the paying institution deduct from the account these benefits to this group. That's a garnishee order. He's lamenting $800 million now. If he doesn't tread smartly, I mean, not cautiously, because he's not appointed to be cautious, but he has to be smart, knowing the terrain that he is as the FCT minister. If he doesn't, could the FCTA be landing more court judgments against them and then more garnishee order that, whether they like it or not, they will just deduct from source? Barrister.
First and foremost, if I were to be a minister, the first thing I will study is the law guiding my operations. It is very, 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 very important. What is the law? What are my powers? And what are the law backing me up? Because in government, everything is a product of the law. Now, when you go beyond the law, you are no longer working for the government, and you can't possibly be working for yourself because you are there to represent the government. And therefore, you have to tread with caution. When you act, it's just like when we talk about a policeman who catch people on the road, beat them up, harm them, they go to court, they win a case against the police. As at the time you were doing that over duty, who were you working for, the police force or the Nigerian government? Eventually you end up incurring liability. The court awards 500,000 against the police. You are doing a disservice. So I think that what he needs to do is to tread with maximum and extreme caution. The terrain have changed. And you are dealing with individuals who will allow you make mistakes and quietly come after you because it doesn't cost them much. It's a terrain they have walked over and over again. If in a particular community people have occupied it illegally, now and the government have need for the land, it is simple. You put them on notice. You can negotiate with them informally. You can reallocate. You can send them to a different place, but you take due legal process to dislodge them from there to avoid somebody going to court. Because today, some of this 800 million naira we are talking dollars, $800 million we are talking about, men have been the liability that led to it must have been committed many years behind. Some people must have pursued it meticulously and religiously, and now it is in weakest time that is budgetary allocation, $800-something million will go out of it, and you have no option. The closest they can come here to negotiation is to negotiate with the man who the court awarded the money. Let us pay in 2 installments. Let us pay in 3 installments.
Can they even negotiate?
I mean, with the person you are paying the money.
When there's a garnishee order?
The garnishee order has said pay Arochukwu so and so amount of money. You can come to Arochukwu, say the court has said deduct this money from source. We are going to give it to you from source. Please allow us to give it to you in 2 installments. It is between you and I now. Court has said give it to Kelly. But I come to Kelly and say, Kelly, please, can I give you this money in 3 installments, please, because of the weight of men. If Kelly says no, give me all my money at once. After all, the money is there. I have no option than to give it. They have no option than to give it to you at once. However, if I try to be understanding, I say, okay, in 3 installments, 200 in January, July 200, so and so time we give you the rest. Then we have agreed as gentlemen, and we instruct the banks to proceed as agreed. To proceed as agreed. But the question is that you must pay, because a man who got that kind of judgment wants to reap the fruit of his judgment. So the only thing available to him now, thank God, lawyers, if I were him, I would ask the lawyers, can I have the files of all the cases in court? Which of these cases can we settle out of court? Which of them can we actually fight? Which of them can we actually win? So any of them that we are liable and we cannot win, but it will cost us more to defend, I will call the person and sit him down and negotiate with him. Then remove those files and
would it also be imperative that while you're doing that, you take a lesson to say, going forward? Of course. That is of course you have to. That is the lesson, is the mindset of going forward that will make you tell, can I have all the cases in court? Can we take an audit? Which of these cases can we actually win? Even if we can win and we find out that we have committed ourselves, we are actually at wrong, but we're smart. Somebody like me will even say, okay, no problem. Even though I win you in court that I have been ahead of you, I'm smarter than you, I will still want to resolve with you. Does it strike you as that kind of person? He has no option except he wants to run into bigger crisis and leave more trouble. And for another FCT minister in the future will start complaining the way he's complaining. Okay. We have to go for the news update. When we come back, other members of the panel will contribute on this. Stay with us. It's today's question, Today95.1 FM. Go nowhere.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered on air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The Incorporated Trustee of Concern Nigeria, Patrick Eloho, and Thomas Marcus have filed a lawsuit against the President of Nigeria, the Attorney General of the Federation, and the Minister of Art, Culture, Creative Economy, Hannatu Musawa. The plaintiffs are seeking a court order to nullify Musawa's appointment as minister, claiming that her current status as a National Youth Service Corps member contravenes the provisions of the NYSC Act and bylaws. The lawsuit, filed at the Federal High Court of Nigeria in Abuja, questions whether the provisions of the NYSC Act and sections of the NYSC bylaws do not prohibit Musawa as a current NYSC Corps member from becoming a federal minister. The plaintiffs are also challenging the constitutional qualifications required for appointment as a federal minister. The case is expected to have significant implications on the interpretation of the NYSC Act and bylaws, as well as constitutional qualifications for ministerial appointments in Nigeria. The All Progressives Congress has dissociated itself from an alleged National Campaign Council list for November 11, 2023 governorship elections for Imo, Bayelsa, and Kogi states, as reported in sections of the media. The party's National Publicity Secretary, Felix Morka, made this known in a statement in Abuja. Morka said the list being circulated did not originate from the party and should therefore be disregarded. The River State House of Assembly has constituted its standing committees that will oversee ministries, departments, and agencies in the state. The Speaker of the House, Martin Amewule, who announced this during plenary, said all chairmen of the standing committees were carefully selected. Martin Amewule advised that the core values of the legislature should remain paramount as they carry out their functions. On the foreign scene, the biggest and brightest moon of the year, known as Blue Supermoon, will be visible today from around the world. It will be a rare chance to see the spectacle, which was last seen in 2009. A blue moon happens when the pattern of days in a year means there are 13 full moons instead of the usual 12. The name of the moon has nothing to do with the color, but instead is so called because it does not fall in the usual scheme of named moons. The last blue moon was in August 2021, and the next one will be in 2026. But the combination of a blue moon and supermoon is much rarer and will be seen in 2037. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Madam Kechi, why are you sitting with your face like that, looking like someone who has not eaten for the past 10 days?
Mazi, please leave me. I am so tired of this business. Every time I am having shortage of money, I can no longer buy goods for my shop again. See how my business is going down before my very eyes. I am thinking, maybe my village people have remembered me.
My sister, wait. It is said that what you don't know can destroy you. And that is why the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, and the German Development Corporation, GDC, came together and initiated the Sabi Money Literacy Training Program. This program is designed to teach and equip Nigerians with the necessary financial knowledge needed to make informed financial decisions that will make your business better as well as your personal lives. This program is designed for all. At the end of the training, participants will be issued certificate of completion as well as being a certified financial literacy trainer, CFLT. This means you'll be qualified to teach others too. Companies and organizations can even hire you to teach them. For more information on how to participate, visit www.sabimoney.org.ng or visit the CBN website www.cbn.org.ng. This message is brought to you by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Good day, listeners. We have some guests in our studio today from the National Entrepreneur Hub. Please kindly introduce yourselves.
Good day, listeners. My name is Edwin Obane. I am a senior consultant with the National Entrepreneur Hub.
Good day, listeners. My name is Tete Inamiti, a consultant with the National Entrepreneur Hub.
Good day, listeners. My name is Mrs. Eunice Otete, a consultant with the National Entrepreneur Hub.
Please tell the listeners why you are here today.
Thank you very much for that question. We are here to inform our Port Harcourt audience about the Global Economy Project that enables retirees anywhere in the world to earn residual income.
What is the National Entrepreneur Hub all about?
The objective of the National Entrepreneur Hub is to show retirees how, through a proven cash flow system, they can earn residual income. It enables retirees to cope with the ever-increasing personal expenditures, which one source of fixed income, pension, cannot meet. The National Entrepreneur Hub for the first 6 years have been assisting retirees and those that are about to retire nationwide to derive greater benefits from their retirement benefits before such benefits run out. The National Entrepreneur Hub helps to create multiple income streams from a single source and thereby avoid the financial discomforts that are associated with the too often fast erosion of retirement benefits. The National Entrepreneur Hub is in partnership with reputable international and national organizations that are major players in the global economy. We help retirees after many years of employment and those about to retire to find their voices, live their dreams, live their lifestyles, become even more productive, and adapt creatively to the fast-paced socio-economic changes of the 21st century. The National Entrepreneur Hub is the national cash flow platform that shows retired individuals how to raise funds for their businesses or projects over a period without taking any loans. With the National Entrepreneur Hub, selected retirees can control global market share in the global economy and own their own cash flow businesses. Since 2016, the National Entrepreneur Hub has helped over 5,000 partners worldwide achieve financial independency, and the number of partners is rising by the day.
Now, in more specific terms, how would the National Entrepreneur Hub project benefit retirees and those about to retire?
The project will especially help retirees and those about to retire create multiple cash flow from a single source, generate funds to expand existing businesses or start new projects, create residual income, qualify for free or all expenses paid trips to choice destinations in the world, and enjoy the vacations and more fulfilling lifestyle they had ever wished for. Have access to first class and free mentorship program for 6 months by our top international and national masterminds and consultants, and learn the system tools and skills needed to self-development and sustainable wealth creation.
Madam, what message do you have for your fellow women who are retired or about to retire?
I was retired more than 5 years ago. As we speak now, I have not received my gratuity, and I received the first monthly pension 1.5 years after retirement. You can imagine how I felt and how difficult it was for me to cope financially. Within the first 2 years after retirement, it became obvious to me that monthly pension cannot take care of my financial needs, and this adversely affected me in many ways. Thank God, the National Entrepreneur Hub gave me a golden opportunity. That opportunity will be offered to my fellow female retirees today. I strongly urge them to take it.
So what are the criteria that will be considered for selecting retirees or those about to retire, and how can they contact the National Entrepreneur Hub?
Well, to my fellow retirees and those about to retire who are listening, do you need to raise money to start a new business, having realized that fixed pension funds lose their purchase value over the years due to inflation, changes in the economy, and increase in personal expenditures in the absence of other and regular sources of income? Do you need to expand an existing business? Do you need to raise funds for the education of your children or wards in the face of the ever-rising cost of quality education? Do you need to raise funds to take care of rising healthcare expenses for yourself, family, and dependent relatives? Do you need to raise enough funds to enjoy vacations anywhere in the world for which you never had the opportunities while in employment? Lack of time and inadequate finances? Do you need to be part of the social solutions that are so much needed from charitable men and women to reduce the widespread pains and sufferings due to the excruciating poverty of the populace? Reputable studies have consistently shown that 60 to 80 years are the most productive, creative, and positively impactful years for men and women who remain physically, mentally, and intellectually active after retirement from paid employment. Do you need to be more productive and useful to yourself and the society after retirement? If your answer is yes to any of these questions, then send name and location to the numbers that would follow shortly. The National Entrepreneur Hub has only 40 slots for retirees in Port Harcourt. Only the first 40 people that will pick up their phones now and send their names and location to us during this program will be selected. The countdown starts now. Send name and number to these numbers:
0816 008 6326. Again, 0816 008 6326. 0816 008 6326. 0816 008 6326. 0816 008 6326.
Mr. Inamiti, what is your closing message to your fellow retirees?
When I retired from paid employment like every other retiree, I was paid my retirement benefits. Also, I received my monthly pension. There are two facts every retiree knows. 1, gratuity is a one-time payment. 2, pension is a fixed monthly earning. While both incomes are fixed, the expenditures from the day one retires into the 70s, 80s, and beyond, if God keeps one alive, are not fixed. If while our expenses are ever increasing, we neglect to do something to create more sources of residual income, we would be living a highly risky financial life. This can have undesirable effects on our health, reduce our abilities to provide adequately for our families, make it difficult for us to assist those who would love to assist, and prevent us from living our ideal lifestyles. These facts dawned upon me less than 1 year after retirement, and I wondered how I would survive sufficiently with fixed pension income in the face of the disruptions and the uncertainties in the economy, such as accelerating inflation. I wondered how I can adequately take care of myself, my family, and other dependents. How can I have residual income to mitigate the fast depletion of my savings and live happily as I advance in years? How will I maintain an active mind and body and keep learning and growing? It was at this critical point in my life that I discovered the National Entrepreneur Hub. Thanks to the National Entrepreneur Hub, which we are today unveiling to 40 lucky persons in the city of Port Harcourt, the National Entrepreneur Hub has changed my financial life in such a way that my income now exceeds my expenditures. For those close to retirement, let me say emphatically that depending only on one source of pension income is an invitation to personal financial crisis. As you are about to move from one stage of one regular income source to the stage of multiple expenditures, I advise you to be proactive and plan for residual income, because fixed pension does not change, but your expenditures will keep rising in an environment of unstable and inflationary economy. Take the action today that will make for better tomorrows in your life. Thank you.
Mrs. Otete, as the only woman on the panel, what are your parting words for your fellow women who are retired or about to retire?
My parting words are few. Thank God I discovered the National Entrepreneur Hub. I am now more confident to face the future on my own terms. I don't have much to say because, as the saying goes, the word is enough for the wise.
Now over to you, Mr. Obani. What are your own parting words to your fellow retirees and those about to retire on this laudable project?
Thank you. From my experience, and no doubt the experiences of many pensioners, the best time to plan for retirement is on the first day of employment. If you failed to do so yesterday, the next best time to do it is now, today, because our tomorrows will be the result of our actions and inactions of today. And that tomorrow will unfailingly come without our permission, and we shall come face to face with the consequences of our actions or inactions. When I retired, I was paid a handsome gratuity, and I equally received handsome monthly pension. It did not take me long to discover that my expenditures were increasing while my income, monthly pension, remained fixed. My bank transaction history showed more reds than greens. On my cell phone, there were many debit alerts for each month and only one credit alert, the pension alert. And the reality dawned upon me that I must create additional streams of cash flow to bridge the fast widening gap between my expenses and expenditures if I must live a healthful financial life. The National Entrepreneur Hub provided a platform that has enabled me to achieve that. I am also enjoying the additional benefits of renewed self-development through exciting mental and intellectual activities that are so necessary for healthy living, which every retiree deserves after the long years of paid employment. I am therefore encouraged and excited to recommend the National Entrepreneur Hub to my fellow retirees and those that are about to retire. Dear listeners, think about the ever-rising inflation, the uncontrollable high cost of food, high cost of housing, high medical bills, high cost of education, ever-increasing dependency ratio, high cost of utilities, electricity, petrol, diesel, kerosene, gas, and multiple taxes and charges. Can one source of fixed amount of money as income cater for all this? The answer is no. These inescapable expenditures, which the majority of retirees fund from a single source, a fixed income, have no respect for gratuity and pension, no matter how handsome they may seem at the time of retirement. If you are lucky to be selected today, our representatives will contact and schedule you to meet with our senior consultants who will guide you on how to generate multiple income from one source.
Do you need to be more productive and useful to yourself and the society after retirement? If your answer is yes to any of these questions, then send name and location to the numbers that would follow shortly. The National Entrepreneur Hub has only 40 slots for retirees in Port Harcourt. Only the first 40 people that will pick up their phones now and send their names and location to us during this program will be selected. The countdown starts now. Send name and number to these numbers:
0816 008 6326. Again, 0816 008 6326. 0816 008 6326. 0816 008 6326. 0816 008 6326.
I repeat the numbers again for the benefit of those that were unable to get them the first time.
0816 008 6326. 0816 008 6326. 0816 008 6326. 0816 008 6326.
Thank you, and God bless you as you made the right decision today.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Okay, thank you for staying with us. Today, 95.1 FM, 90 minutes past the hour of 9, 31st of August, 2023. We're looking at some of the stories from the papers. It's impossible for us to look at everything. It's literally impossible. If we spend the whole day looking at all the stories from the newspapers, I'm sure at some point you will tune off. You just get tired and you'll want to listen to something else, okay? So we have select papers and stories that we're looking at this morning. We've gone through most of the stories, and for some that we allowed you to listen to, it even gave you more in terms of content, and then others were able to go through perhaps 4 paragraphs of the entire story. And a link is up there on our Facebook page. You want to get more details, you want to read up, you want to find out who said what, how was it said, okay? To be concise, feel free, okay? Feel free. And just tap on that link. It will take you to the website, and you can read for yourself those stories, all right? So we continue our review at this time. Kelly Kemenjima is my name, by the way. It's Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. And we'll take your reactions, like I said, from 10 a.m. We'll begin looking at some of your messages. And then from 11, somebody said, when was the last time you read our messages from 10? I think I did that yesterday. Oh, yes, I did. I took some messages yesterday, not from the SMS portal, but from social media. All follow now. Not be so. Yeah. Okay, so let me read that Yakasai story. I did say that I'm really personally disappointed because it seemed like someone that was going to stand his ground and insist that what is right be done, or at least insist on his persuasion. But it didn't quite happen that way. So he's now joined the he's gone back to the APC. What can we say? Maybe he has that respect for Ganduje, but was the respect not enough for him to remain in the APC and listen to Ganduje at the time and tone down some of his feelings and statements about Muhammadu Buhari's government? Anyway, let me get the views of Fanface Dunamene on the Ganishi order, $800 million Ganishi order that the FCT minister is complaining about. Good thing we have an auditor in the studio as well, so we'll get that view. But let me hear from you.
Yeah, it's a good panel today. We have a lawyer, an auditor, and of course an activist. Not just an activist, but someone who had used the Ganishi order before and can better tell from practical experience how it works.
Fantastic.
Our lawyer was talking about the fact that he can negotiate. They can negotiate, go to court, negotiate. The moment it is already Ganishi, there is no negotiation again. Now, let me tell you how Ganishi operates from my practical experience that I have had. If a judgment is given for you to pay person so amount of money, you'll be given time after the lawyer will process the judgment from court and everything. It will be served on you, giving you opportunity to put yourself together and make the payments. It is within that process of after the judgment and the service have been made on you that you can negotiate and then go to court. Maybe you involve the courts. That time you can have opportunity to negotiate a time frame within which you can pay the money. It is when that process of executing the judgment has failed that the lawyer of the plaintiff will now approach the court. Your lordship, this judgment you gave on so day, that this ABC should be done.
They are yet to comply.
They are yet to comply. And for that reason, we are coming for Ganishi proceeding. The moment the court grants that, they don't need to resort to you again. They don't need to resort to the Federal Capital Authority, Development Authority, like we have in Abuja now. They don't need to resort to you in Ganishi. Yeah, they don't resort to you in Ganishi. Because I have similar experience, and let me just briefly share it. I have an issue with MTN Nigeria Limited that put mass on my land and paid to another person. We were in court from my community for 10 years. We won at the customary court. They took us to appeal court. We won. They frustrated the entire process and refused to pay the money. My family lawyer had to proceed with Ganishi. The moment the appeal court approved the Ganishi proceeding, they listed, they don't want to know the bank, just list as many banks that you think they have their accounts. Just list them. If you like, and list all the banks in Nigeria. Just list them there. The court will approve it for you. You serve on the banks and then put a date. When the moment our lawyer did that, all the banks that were served the garnishee proceedings, they appear in court, and I saw them live in court. They did not just appear in court, but each of the banks will stand out and say, MTN had an account with our bank. This is how much is in the account. All of them will give how much is in each of the accounts to the court. The court now rule. The moment our own case happened, all the banks appear in court. I was so surprised. None of the banks that were served the garnishee stayed back on the adjourned date. All of them came to court. This is how much we have in the account. And the moment that happened, MTN that was running now appeared to say, we will pay today. And they paid immediately. If they have not appeared at that point in time, which in the case in the FCT now, if they do not appear, the banks will give the money. We pay the money to the owner. $800 million. They will pay it cash. They don't need to resort to the FCT authority again because there is a court order. So there's no negotiation at this point again. It is at what I can say, quote and unquote, dead end. It has ended. Nowhere to go again. The money must be paid. And let me tell you one thing that happens when this kind of judgment is given. Sometimes the court will give a percentage of interest you will pay on the money for each time you delay to pay the money to the owner.
That sums up to the entire cost awarded as penalty now?
No, they will award that differently. Okay. After awarding everything, because they will award the amount you are owing if it was a debt, and then they now award damages and then cost of filing case and all the rest. Then they will now put a special clause on it. If every month or every year you fail to pay this money, so amount will come on as interest on that money. So even the 800 million we are talking about, there is the tendency that the money would have hit more than that because the court has given that particular, judgment and ruling in the garnishee. So it's a terrible situation that they are in now. It is unfortunate they allow it to get to where it is.
Is this something that the current minister should learn from?
Yeah, I think it's something he inherited. All he needs to do at this point in time is to see if there is a way, because in fact there is nothing he can do now.
No, I mean, my question is, there's nothing he can do about it.
Nothing he can do. He just has to. The money has to be paid now.
His style, if he continues with this pattern, could land them in similar kind of
definitely
trouble.
What will happen is that if the current minister continues in this pattern, the plaintiff to the owner of the money will approach the court, giving reason and giving evidence of how the current minister is frustrating the execution of the court judgment and the garnishee proceedings that is on this payment. What the court will now do is to enter a contempt ruling against the current minister, and his arrest can be ordered, that he should be arrested and a kind of imprisoned can happen. Because this is a court of competent jurisdiction that has given directive on what to do. So whatever the current minister is doing, all amount to disobeying court ruling and court judgment. And that is a contempt that the court can order for you to be arrested and brought to court, and you could be imprisoned.
Let me introduce Dr. Emmanuel Iroyanama, chartered arbitrator, mediator, management consultant, and socio-economic commentator. Morning to you, Doctor. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, listeners.
I'd like to take your views on this because we're looking at the Nyesom Wike as FCT minister. And one of the stories is the garnishee order, $800 million. He's trying to still get an understanding of how it happened. But we're not looking at the garnishee order per se. We're looking at, are there lessons that the FCT minister can learn from that garnishee order? Because with some of the way that he has talked, the martial order, he did say, yes, we're going to follow procedure, we'll give you notice and all of those things. But being a governor and doing some of the things he wanted to do as a governor is quite different from being the minister of the FCT and wanting to use a similar kind of approach in getting things done. Could he land himself in a situation where bigger sums as penalty could be awarded by the courts when cases have been thoroughly exhausted if he doesn't look at his pattern in getting things that he wants to be done in the FCT?
In answering this question, I want to place something very clear. I'm not sure there is something he has done so far or before now that had been completely ruled by a court as not have followed a process. If there is, I don't know.
I heard some cases are in court.
Oh, sure, there will be. Courts are there because people will feel aggrieved and they will bring issues for settlement, as it were. Where that judgment goes is neither here or there. There is one garnishing order resulting from perhaps one non-following of procedure or whatever. May not mean that I won't take certain other actions if I do it rightly.
Okay.
Now, learning lessons, yes. If there's something wrong, if the court has said something actually went wrong, for a person on seat today is for you to look at what went wrong so that you don't get into that kind of thing again. That doesn't mean that lawbreakers will not be taught what they should do. It doesn't mean in any way. So it's not as if the fact that whoever sat on that seat hitherto had incurred this cost for government, that government in FCT will completely collapse. That won't happen. That won't happen. But let me also say something too, because Fine Face said something interesting. Usually a garnishing order will be given. I don't know at which court this is now, whether it's at appeal or
didn't say.
At Supreme Court or whatever.
I haven't researched.
Yes, so I don't know at what point. A garnishing order could be given, depending on who the garnishing order is given against and what case he has. Appeals are allowed in our country up till the Supreme Court.
When you have a case.
When you have a case. When you have a case. And of course, like you lawyers will always tell us, we have a case until we get to the Supreme Court. It's very usual. You have a case.
I insist when you have a case.
I've just said the same thing. I said, like you lawyers will tell us, we will have a case until we get to the Supreme Court where we no longer have a case.
Yeah.
That's the usual thing. You're lucky in your MTN case, and I'll tell you why you're lucky. There are several factors you need to look at when there are rulings against multinationals and nationals. Multinationals have, beyond what has happened, their image back home to protect. And so it may be sweeter and finally easier. I will tell you that there are several garnishing orders in this country against typical Nigerians here. Until today, nobody has been able to effect any.
Garnishing order.
I can show you that one. I can tell you, the fact behind my house, there is one now as I'm talking right now. Nothing has happened yet. They are still digging front and back. Now, remember, you will execute. The biggest problem in Nigeria is who executes. More so, this is against government. Let's be fair to ourselves. As if we don't know what happens in the country. Let's be fair to ourselves. This garnishing order is against government. Who is going to execute it? Is it not Nigerian police? Is it not government that will execute it?
No, at this point, they've not gone to contempt.
No. I'm looking. No,
the enforcement. Are the banks not supposed to immediately make effect the order of the court?
Between you and me right now, I have a case. We've won this case at lower court. We've won it at appeal court. The banks are conniving with the so-called defendant.
The lawyers.
The defendant, they could have the defendant at the end. Until now, we are neither here or there.
Lawyer, you will do this.
They say the bank has even come.
It's not possible a lawyer connives. It's not possible. Lawyers cannot.
I use the word defendant. I didn't call lawyers. Even though the lawyers represent the defendants. Don't bother. The lawyers are the defendants are defended by the lawyers themselves. So I just use
you don't need security to execute the garnishing order.
What do you come to do? How do you come to?
It depends on
the matter. If it's property, then you can enhance. If it's money, if it's money, like in this case, you don't need police.
I've said no. That's money. If the property, you need police execution. Now I'm looking at money
and the sheriff.
God bless you. You need all of that to say they want to come and take whatever property you have or whatever thing they want to do. We've seen situations where we'll be ready for you outside there to wait for how you want to come and do it, and we'll create more problems. Issues of assault, more cases. In fact, lawyers they will create more cases because there'll be assault, there'll be fight, there'll be butchering, there'll be whatever, and it will continue like that. But that's on this one. But I've said that we've had cases against companies. A company owing a company. I'm giving you a very simple one now. A company indebted to a company and secure a garnishing order against the other company. The banks that I'm talking to you till today have complicated that matter so that there are several other interests right, left, and center in that same money. This bank is owing XYZ now this company is owing 5, 6, 7 persons. We went to court, got the garnishing order.
For your own?
Yes, so But as I'm talking to you right now, there are more than 7-8 other persons that the banks have created. The bank and the defenders have created.
So we should sympathize with you for the complication now.
No, I'm saying it's not a wholesale. That's what I'm just saying. That you've gotten a garnishing order, as it were. It's not a wholesale per se. There is more to it. That means, and particularly I've said that, given Nigeria and what we know about court orders when it relates to government, it still doesn't sound completely wholesale to me. We still need to be careful.
Okay,
but there is also, mediation does not have an end, because you asked the question if that's what he raised, if it cannot be settled again. Mediation does not have an end. Parties in this dispute will begin to weigh, and that's why I've decided to tell you that there are many other things that could happen, that you've got a garnishing order, is not a wholesale. There are many other things that could be brought to the table. You need to weigh how easy will I be able to execute this order, and what are the challenges. And if there's an option for mediation, parties will very well prefer to go in
for mediation.
Yes, and get it at a softer ground.
Can he learn from this and save the FCT future harassments that could come from?
When you say learn, for everything that happens, one will learn.
That's not always the case.
Then something is wrong.
But you know that's not always the case.
Then something is wrong. Ordinarily, the essence of history is to guide you so that similar thing does not happen or does not happen in that way.
But doctor, you know clearly that that's not the case. If this were to be the case, a lot of people will not make the mistakes that people have made.
Look. What we call mistakes, there are no two cases that are exactly the same. Let's get that first. So I may have learned lesson, doesn't mean that I won't ever make
mistakes again.
Any mistake again. It doesn't really mean that. There are not two real cases. But of course, circumstances will always bring its own challenge. And as humans, we learn differently. What he may learn may not necessarily be that he won't do certain things, but maybe he may be smarter in doing it. Do it. You know, some persons will tell you the law is made for people. There's a difference between circumvention and avoidance. There's a clear difference between circumvention and avoidance. Those of them that are tax persons will tell you that tax avoidance is no crime. Tax avoidance is no crime.
If you can smartly do it.
That's why it's avoidance. You are merely avoiding it. It's not as if you're defaulting.
But if you circumvent,
then you're in trouble. Then you're in trouble. So these are things that, but to be very serious, on a very serious note, those persons that are in positions of leadership should understand that power is transient and that there are rules to every game. Do not lord it over. It's only time. You may be the Lord today. That table could turn just right before your eye at any time. There are rules. Nigeria is one country that has so many laws, as it were. Just people don't test it. And most times when they test it, this kind of things happen.
Okay. Let me take the views of Mr. Ndikwe. My interest in this is, could the minister be smart about how he goes about the business of Minister of the FCT to avoid issues like this, that he's even wondering, how did it happen?
Well, you see, Kelly, it will depend on him. Something may happen here. The way all of us here individually will handle it may not be the same way. And let's say I have the bad side of handling issues. The way I behave on that issue will trigger up opposition, which could continue and snowball into maybe somebody going to the legal way, and it brings a garnishing order. Like Doc was saying, yes, the problem we know very well in this country, that all along when we've been saying about you will pay, what are you going to do to government now? What are you going to do? I don't know. Nothing. Whether banks come and then they say, call, stop that. And from the height of that person that made that call, it settles. You must stop. That is an order that is supposed to be obeyed. And when it comes to an individual who doesn't mean much, for instance now, if I have such a case, there's nobody that will give an order even. But if it's something pertaining to FCT and the order comes from, even if the president himself does not make the call, he sends somebody. Tell them that President Tinubu says that bank that is moving, that the order should halt. You see, whether it's given by the Chief Justice of Nigeria or whatever, it will halt. That doesn't mean that the Ganichi order no longer has teeth. When it comes to somebody like me, it will have teeth, in fact, grow even from the ear and all that. And if I refuse abiding by that particular law, it will swallow me. But it will not swallow the Minister of FCT. That is the grand reality in the country. However, he will learn something. Because a child that is coming out to bring problem for his family will not be looked well. And so they say, well, the minister, I'm not sure he is the one that brought No. Oh, thank you very much. You see, you are now suffering for the sins of others, as it were. And they say, where himself will be going, others will suffer from his own sins. The question will be, is it how you ministers will be bringing problem for us? So the best thing is let him learn approaches. When you see where fire is already burning, you cannot go and then bring a gallon of fuel and still be pouring on that fire. So if there is anything that is problem to maybe FCT, anything for that matter, government agency, government ministries and all that, you will make sure you make peace.
Okay.
So that people will now look at you and say that, well, this man, this minister, because of his
activation and the community, he has that win already in his belt. But
two government agencies.
I think the Minister of Aviation awarded something, was able to reconcile it.
It's all right.
Well, what you know is that the kind of money we are talking about is not the kind of money associated with the man walking around Jumokro Junction as we are talking now. No, it's not the type of money you associate with the man under my train flyover. So the kind of people who want this money are the kind of men that will get the money. The caliber of men that want this money is equivalent to government.
And that's the kind of fight you will not like. Or anyone in government will
exactly.
not like.
So these men are equivalent, because whether you like it or not here, you see, there was something when I was a child, my father would tell me we are the community. We are the community. So as a child, I didn't understand what he meant when he said we. When they sit together, he tell me we are the community. Because the community is large. How can these few men sit down here and somebody will say we are the community? There are hundreds of people in the community. And I got up to know actually we are the community. And when they die, some other people are the community. And some other people keep on being. So there are some people, we are the local government, we are the state, we are the government. So, and that is an aspect of man. So the people who got this money are the government. They will have their money. Or you negotiate with them over their money.
Thank you.
They are not the caliber of people where Doc is making efforts. Where Doc is making effort to enforce his judgment. And I don't even mean that judge. At the level of Doc, if he gets a judgment, you know how to execute it. He knows how to and get his money. His own is not a problem for me. He don't use it. 5% he got his own. So if I win a judgment today, how to get it is not my problem. I know how to get it. So, and again, what lawyers do is that lawyers act upon a brief. And when you are brief, when you have done your brief, you give way. If I win a judgment of ₦1 billion for you, and that is my brief, I leave. You can get another lawyer to execute it. And when the person finishes executing, he leaves. So whatever is done in a case, it is the parties that are doing, not the lawyer. The lawyer, what we do is to advocate a case. Anything done in a case, any liability in a case, if somebody told a lie, it's ordinary people or people who own cases that lie. Lawyers cannot possibly lie, because it is the claimant or the defendant that is doing his case. Okay. So anything written, anything said was said by the defendant and not by the lawyer. Is an instrument through which this information is passed on to the temple of justice.
Okay.
So if claimants or defendants choose to lie, it's unfortunate.
Let's talk politics. Yes, on wicked politics. Yeah, I want to talk politics. The doctor wants to react, but
let me just say something that because when we look at the community, it's an interesting aspect. I like the way you coded it. We are the community. In such cases, it's easy. We are the community.
Okay, so you agree?
I don't know if you understand that language. I just did that.
No, I understand.
We are the community. Judgment is our own. What's your problem? Pay. That's we are the community. But you can go ahead.
Yeah. I got the angle now.
Let's move on. Let's talk politics. And the politics we're even talking is Wike, the PDP and the APC. I played out parts of that interview yesterday. Some persons listened, some persons watched live. So he started with this whole thing about him being a minister. And for me, I don't see that as a big deal. But the controversy is that at some of those inauguration of projects, he had talked about how he was not going to be a minister and everything. But hey, he's a minister now. So let's move on. Recently, we had news of him being on the campaign list of the APC for Imo, Bayelsa, and Kogi of the APC, which he too said in that interview that is not true. That even though the party has come out to kick that there's no truth in this, he has said there's no truth in it. They can't put him, he said, they can't put me there, I'm not a member of the APC. At least this week I said he's a member of the PDP. He remains a member of the PDP. And then he talked about how he wrote to the PDP and got their permission to be in the cabinet of Tinubu. So why is this hula baloo about him being in the APC or being in the PDP and serving the interests of the APC and stuff? He's a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That's his position. He's a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So he says PDP has no right to discipline me for being in Tinubu's government. Should he be disciplined for being in Tinubu's government?
No.
Barrister, let's begin.
No, you cannot. The law is that the president should select his minister. Ministers are actually servants of the president, and he can select his servants from anywhere he wants. So, in fact, it's even an act of political maturity for a leader, for a president or a governor from a particular party spreads his ministers across other parties, because you see, every party have what they want to offer. Every party have what they have written in their manifesto. So when you spread it, you are telling everybody, okay, everybody bring all those your beautiful ideas, come, let us unify it and serve the country. It's a beautiful arrangement that the president should extend his hand to every political party, across political parties, even to critics. You know, that's why sometimes government will bring critics into government.
So do you wonder why the controversy then?
Well, the controversy is associated with the person of Wike because of his particular history with the, this entire issue about Wike started with the build-up to the
election,
to the primaries in PDP, the outcome of the primaries and the presidential election. That was how that was where the controversy got intensified, and that is why people are making insinuations. Ordinarily, the president can select his ministers from anywhere, and making Wike minister from PDP is even a welcome development. It's a plus for the president.
Fine, first, should the party, is the PDP slack in taking a position to discipline Wike?
Yes, I think they are slacking in taking the position. And
should they even discipline him?
Yeah, I think they should have disciplined him if they wanted to. But I think they also have their reasons for not wanting to mess out any discipline on the former governor. And I blame them for everything that is happening. I must say that they weren't strategic enough, and because they do not also consider the interests of others. The same way the governor was saying yesterday, we can listen to him making some of those things. Sometimes in life, you see people, you think you can talk to them anyhow you feel because they are not up to your standard, you don't regard their opinion and things like that. That is not life. It has taken me over 20 years in the city of Port Harcourt to tell people that, look, no matter how small that person has something to tell you, listen to that person. Every contribution matters. Everybody matters, no matter how you think that person is small. Now, what led to the PDP losing the election was very simple. If they had listened to those five. Look, in politics...
Somebody disagrees.
Huh?
Somebody disagrees.
Yeah, somebody refused to listen to them.
No, somebody disagrees that they're not listening to the five is not the reason why they lost the election.
Oh, it's a clear reason why they lost the election.
It can be.
It's a clear reason.
No, the person makes the argument. Say it cannot be.
What did the person advance?
Did anybody factor in the disruption that came in from the Labour Party?
No.
Was it not part of the fight?
Look,
Did they plan it?
Look, let me tell you.
No, let him finish.
Look, let me tell you. If just add the vote of Rivers to Atiku's vote. Atiku is the president. Add the vote of Rivers State votes.
How?
Let it be that PDP have won Rivers State.
How?
Add it to Atiku's vote. Atiku would have been president.
How many votes did APC win Rivers State with over Labour Party? That came second. Because Labour Party came second in Rivers State.
Look, let me tell you.
From what I can now.
Forget about Labour Party coming second. Who won Rivers State? Is it PDP or APC or Labour Party?
As declared by INEC.
Okay, so add the votes of the APC.
What is the margin?
Forget margin or no. Look, in politics,
if you say we should add the votes,
one vote matters a lot. One vote matters a lot.
The voting pattern would may have
will not have been the same.
Would not have been the same. Would have been different.
Would have been the same. Look,
no, the voting
do you know what it means?
No, different. How?
It would have been different. Now, let me tell you. Look at this. Go to the National Assembly election. Go to the governorship election and the state assembly election. Match their votes as PDP votes.
No, we're talking about the presidential.
No.
To show you
the voting pattern.
Show you how what.
If you want to get the votes,
the presidential election is what we're looking at.
And let me tell you now. The presidential election, we'll come back to it. You keep it aside first. If you want to know how the voting would have been in the presidential election, if Nyesom Wike was supporting PDP, go and take the state assembly and the governorship election votes. You go to take the national and federal and the national assembly election vote put together, and then you can use it to determine what would have happened at the presidential election.
Still doesn't add up.
It does.
Particularly if the tension was not there.
So now let me tell you,
confusion generated.
If the confusion was not there, but there was an issue. The issue was a contention as to, hey, it came down to this. Give us the leadership of the party. If it's not about the Southern presidency, let's get that one clear. Because if it was a case of the Southern presidency, I sat watching that interview, and I was a bit irritated that Shehu that sat with Wike when he was campaigning to be president of Nigeria, right, going around the country, shut down the idea of a rotational presidency in the PDP. He shut it down. People kept asking him, so what is your position? Is your party rotating it? He said, no. He even talked about it in one of those pressers that he called when he addressed this issue. He said, when we looked at it, the party chairman, seemed like he wasn't so interested in rotation of power. We were still talking, and next thing they said, let's go and buy form. We said, okay, in the interest of peace, let us all go and buy form. Now, they went to buy form. Why wasn't it questioned at that point?
Now, Kelly, let me tell you, in politics, everything is step by step. You don't determine everything at the same time. Look at where all these things started from was the fact that Atiku and former Governor Wike met. And Atiku said, I will run for president, you deputize me. The governor said that.
When?
That's where the crisis started from.
Okay, that's what the governor said.
That's what the governor said. That's
before
where the crisis started. Before even buying a form. That Atiku will run as the president.
Did the governor also say on the podium that whatever the outcome of the primary were,
yes,
I will support the party?
He said it.
Yes.
He said it.
So all of a sudden we should cherry pick which one is true and which one is false.
No. Whatever we are saying here, we are just steering the election. We are steering
the entire thing.
No,
we
are steering what people have said. He picked the mic and he said, whatever the outcome is, it was going to abide by it. When the outcome became someone else, not him, they came in where he said, okay, now you have become the flag bearer. Give me the party leadership. Afterthought. Now, this was a blank check. In politics, I would have given the blank check. Feel what you want.
That's what you'd have.
I would have done that.
Okay.
Because now, after the election, PDP lost, Atiku is home, the party chairman has still gone home. So who lost at this point in time? Politics is not something you hold tenaciously as if it's a personal property. Okay. It is a game of interest and changes by the second based on the dynamics of what has happened in the processes of every action being taken by every political actor.
So you say on the basis of the actions of the former governor, who is now the minister,
yes,
his party should have wielded the big stick.
They would okay, let's come to the big stick now. Generally speaking, our former governor has said in this state that 99% is not loyalty. 99% is not loyalty. So the loyalty must be 100%. He repeated it. If you look at what has happened in terms of the relationship between the former governor, who is now the minister of the FCT, and the PDP, you will see that his loyalty to the party is no longer 99%, which is not loyalty. One example, He picked mine at the Eagle Square during the election, let me say in Abuja, at the convention, and said whatever the outcome of the party will be, that I was going to abide by it. For him alone, not to abide by that, whether he's demanding for the party chairmanship or not, is disregard to the loyalty. It's enough to discipline him there. Secondly, when the information came that he was supporting a APC candidate in Rivers State, the party knew.
Was the information express?
It was expressed now.
No, he was subtle. For most of it, he was subtle. No,
settled out.
But throughout, he was subtle. He wasn't clear. He wasn't upfront. He wasn't outright. In fact, up until the 9th of the election, all we're hearing were rumors that, there will be instruction to party men to vote for Tinubu. Up until the 9th of the election, it was on the morning of the election, I saw a message, supposedly from him. And then when I had conversation with some chieftain, Tony Okocha for one, he said to me, yes, Wike instructed people to vote for Tinubu.
Is it different from what I'm saying here?
No. When you say in the campaigns,
yes,
he said he was going to vote for Tinubu.
No. He didn't say that. He said at the appropriate time, he was going to tell his voters the person they will vote for.
Never even happened.
And even before
because till now, you cannot even tell him that while they were campaigning, he told his people to vote for Tinubu.
No, it didn't make it clear. That message you saw, before ever you saw the message, those who are party loyalists, months before the time you even saw the message, knew the direction the governor was going. That is what I'm trying to tell you.
I also knew the direction the governor was going. But I'm just saying for the sake of public records.
It was not official.
Public records. He never said it.
He never said it. But at the outcome of the election, for another party to win your state is enough position to discipline.
Did he say I will not support the party?
It's enough position to.
Did he say
to push the River State? Will not support.
He repeated it yesterday. He repeated it in the.
So is that enough for him to be?
It's more than enough.
That's enough.
It's more than enough.
Is that enough to suspend?
It's more than enough. And there was also a national working committee of the PDP meeting in Abuja. The entire rumor about the meeting was that they were going to take a decision on Nyesom Wike. They ended up not taking a decision. Now let me tell you, I may preempt why they are unable to take a decision at this time. Look, whether you like it or not, our former governor Nyesom Wike is a power to reckon with. And it's someone that you cannot just bring a stick, wheel a stick and hit on his head and you think you can go home and sit down. Now the one blow they are going to have is that whether we agree or is in the media or not, the current governor of the state, His Excellency Sim Fubara, is loyal to the governor. The first thing he will do, if they wheel the big stick, he will just say, okay, he's going to consult. The next thing he will do, the first person he will pull to the APC will be the governor of the state.
So what?
Do you know what that means? To lose a state? If you lose one state,
what does it mean?
It means you are weaker in the center. You are weak in the front.
No. One moment. Is there PDP in the center right now?
No. You are coming in 2027.
One moment. Sim doesn't attend meetings of the PDP any longer.
He doesn't make. My brother.
He doesn't attend.
Look,
the last one he did not attend. He's the deputy spokesperson of the PDP Governors Forum.
If Sim defects to APC today,
what difference?
It's -1 for PDP. And it has weakened the chances of PDP in 2027.
Do they have a chance?
It has further weakened the chances of PDP in 2027. So there is this political processes is the structure and the machinery that you water every day to win people to your side. Look, the bringing on board of the former governor of Rivers State and making him FCT minister is very, very strategic for the sitting president. Now let's look at the tribunal election petition court.
Let me ask. We have to go for the news update. I wish you could stay, but we have to go for the news update based on this. But I'll ask you this quick question. Nyesom Wike knew that if he was outright in any pronouncement of support for Tinubu, his party would have come for him.
Exactly.
Nyesom Wike refused to say it. He was clever enough not to say it. He kept it to himself. He kept it to his strongest and closest allies.
Good.
And even though we had leaks from them, those leaks never mentioned more than the fact that Oga's body language, na Tinubu in the support. This matter did not go settle up. But he never said it. Because, like Tambuwal said, when we hear it being said, we know what to do. He heard that statement.
He mentioned it yesterday too in his speech.
No, Tambuwal said it. When we hear him say it, we know what to do. He never said it. He played a smart game till after the election. And what do you want to do to me now? We won the election.
That is what made him a politician.
And even after the election, he never outright.
That is what made him a strategic politician.
It's not that he's even saying it now. It's not that he's freely saying it. That he worked for the APC. So when we talk of the party being smart, maybe the party was trying to be strategic.
They were.
Let us not be the first to make a move, and then it seemed like we're the ones that have made the move.
Party, the PDP at the center, before, during, and even after the 2020. In fact, before and during the election, they played an obsolete politics. They didn't play a dynamic politics.
Okay. Sadly, we have to go for the news. When we come back, we're staying on this political issue for a while, and then we'll get to other issues. Don't go nowhere. We'll be back.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, has dared the leadership of the People's Democratic Party to suspend or discipline him. Wike, who spoke during a television program, said he has not seen the party chieftain who will suspend or expel him from the party. The minister also said he should be the one calling for the discipline of those who violated the party's constitution in regards to the party's supported rotation. The ex-governor said he informed the leadership of the PDP before accepting the ministerial offer of President Bola Tinubu of the ruling All Progressives Congress. Wike, who also maintained that he remains a PDP chieftain despite working for the APC-led government, said he owes no one an apology for supporting power shift to southern Nigeria. Meanwhile, the All Progressives Congress in Osun State has announced the expulsion of 84 of its members for engaging in alleged anti-party activities. In a statement by the Osun APC chairman, Soku Lawal, the party took the decision following complaints of anti-party activities against those expelled. According to the party, following complaints of anti-party activities, the State Executive Committee constituted a disciplinary committee to investigate the allegations against some members. This disciplinary measure, it said, came in response to the allegations of misconduct and actions that embarrassed and brought the party to disrepute. The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, says the federal government's initiative to tackle security and economic challenges in the north, particularly in the northwest, is underway. The Vice President said this with the coalition of Northern State Chambers of Commerce sector by adopting more stringent regulations to create stability. The minister stated this when he received the Australian High Commission to Nigeria, Lynn Johnston, in his office. One of the major challenges in the nation's solid minerals sector, and the minister lamented the impact while pledging to address the situation. Alake also promised to give priority to investors in the sector in order to improve the economy and create employment opportunities. On the foreign scene, at least 63 persons have been killed and 43 others injured in a fire incident in the central business district of South Africa's biggest city, Johannesburg. The municipal government, in a statement, said search and rescue efforts are ongoing. Reports said the fire engulfed a 5-story building that had been abandoned at one stage, but where people had been living was affected. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Did you know that there are over 8 million listeners connected to our frequency, covering 6 states across 2 geopolitical zones? Take advantage of our reach and advertise your products, services, events, and businesses on Today 95.1 FM. Get value for your money as millions of people get to know about your business. Give us a call now on 0818 389 2850. Again, 0818 389 2850.
Wetin dey happen like?
They say wahala dey finish.
Now this one wahala be like bicycle. They just dey quick.
Wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Now for today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, Bomkwem. Now here you go here. Wetin dey happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we dey bring you ogbonge story them, we go shock you. You go wonder say na person do like this. Now so we dey bring am come give you acid the hot.
Now where we dey find way to sweep this country? Don't run. You go stay blood in the chopper. You say this one. No worry. When time reach, I'll say I want to take. Let us see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go open gate for them. Now me go be get man at that time for airport.
Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku and MC Kuro for wetin dey happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say woman dey chop our recharge card woto. I don dey tell una say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy wetin dey happen. Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss am at all.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Thank you for staying with us. We have guests from African Town Land and Properties in the studio. Morning to you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly, and thanks for having me. Good morning to our esteemed listeners and potential customers of African Town and Properties.
You know, we've been talking all this while, and a lot of persons don't know the name of the person speaking.
My name is Remedy.
Okay.
You can also call me DJ Browse.
Okay.
Yeah. So this morning I'm here to actually bring to your attention that African Town and Properties end of the month promo is ending today. So you have to be on your toes, you know. Get to African Town and Properties office today or now as I'm talking, you know, because the rush is just so great. From yesterday, you know, we've been having a lot of, you know, customers who have been calling, and hey, they want to get it. They don't want this opportunity to pass them by. And for you listening for the first time, I'll have to intimate you on what African Town and Properties is. So African Town and Properties is a global city created in Port Harcourt, you know, River State, to bring to you all as in what the goods in the African culture, and that is you bring people from all over Africa and the world together in one place, you know, to enjoy the beautiful nature of Africa. And African Town is where everyone feels at home, you know, home away from home. That's where African Town is. No discrimination against nationalities, tribe, or race, you know, from people from South Africa, Ghana, Cameroon, Burundi, Togo, Senegal, and every other African, even Gabon or Niger Republic, you know, can actually buy and build their land, as in their houses or residential building in African Town, Omagwa. You know, this is like mixing African cultures, you know, those in the, you know, northern part of Africa can actually come down to African Town in Omagwa and exchange or mix culture with those from the east or the western parts of Africa. So it is a unique place to be, you know. So this is more than just an estate, you know, it represents all the countries in Africa. The uniqueness with African Town and Properties is top-notch, you know. And we've been in town for over 4 years now. I think it should roughly be 5 years plus now. And our head office is located along Lagos-Ibadan Expressway in Ogun State. And our promo has been running for over 2 weeks now. And I have to let you know that today, 31st of August is the deadline for this great promo, and the offer has been you can own a plot of land for as low as 450,000 naira. 450,000 naira, you own a plot of land. Buy 10 plots of this land and get 1 plot free of charge. You don't have to pay a dime addition, to the main fee. So please, African Tan has given you this great opportunity for you to be a landowner, for you to be a landlord. What are you waiting for? Use this time today to get your land from African Tan and Properties. So please remember, when making payments to us, I have to emphasize on this because it's very important. Payments should be made to the company's account. Once you get to our office at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza, Port Harcourt, Owerri Road in Omagwa, Ikwere local government area, you see African Tan. You see our reps. Our great office is located there inside the community, the host community. So please, I think that's an affirmation of the authenticity of our, deals. So come to African Town today at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza along Port Harcourt to Owerri Road in Omagwa, Ikwere local government area. Before I call the number, because, you've been having this itchy finger, to, hey, call the number so that I can reach. But I'll have to say a special thank you to Mr. Emma, Evangelist Catherine, and Mr. Okoro from Imo State. Yesterday they made big purchases, and African Town and Properties appreciate and celebrate you today. Thank you for coming, and for you to be on this train, why not take opportunity and come to African Town today, get a plot of land at 450,000 naira, get 10 plots, and buy 10 plots and get 1 free plot. You don't have to pay any money. African Town is located at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza in Omagwa, Ikwere local government area. You can call, text, WhatsApp, or do a video call on WhatsApp. These numbers, to get through to African Town and Properties. Call this number 0703 103 2297. 0703 103 2297. Am I taking it too fast? 0703 103 2297. Come to our office now. We are available for purchase and inspection. Today, remember, is the end of the month, the deadline for the end of the month promo that has been on for over 2 weeks now. So reach us via text, phone call, WhatsApp message, or WhatsApp call to African Town. We schedule a time with you and do a video call at the site. To affirm our authenticity and that we are giving you a top-notch land that is just so dry and good for your development. So come and secure as many plots as you want. With just sometimes you just deposit a token. You get African Town and Properties land. 0703 103 2297. 0703 103 2297. Call this number for details and clarification, and you can buy and develop our land for residential or commercial purpose. There is also another town, I've been saying it for some time now, another time inside African Town Omagwa called South Africa, and this place is quite unique. It's just ₦1 million for a plot, and you can build any kind of structure of your choice there. So come to African Town today and buy a plot of land at the South Africa location, ₦1 million. Also inside African Town, there has been a space kept aside for the famous Alaba International Market in Port Harcourt. That's the Port Harcourt branch inside African Town Omagwa. So please, where are you doing your business? What are you waiting for? Why not jump on this and own a plot of land or lands where the Alaba International Market is sited in River State here, to enhance premium economic activity. Our office is located at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza along Port Harcourt Owerri Road in Ikwere local government area of River State. Call us on 0703 103 2297 0703 103 2297. You may be wondering, what's so unique about this African town and properties? I've actually, intimated you on a lot of it, but I'll still say this. All our land is dry, and you don't have to, spend so much in rehabilitating the land before developing it proper, and you can erect any building of your choice, either for commercial or residential purpose. Once payment is made to our account, you get your land within 24 hours. That's great. And there is also room for you, to ask questions about our land during inspection. And once you have made payment, all necessary documents are handed over to you. Okay. Free deed of conveyance and survey plan, no charges at all. African Town is just 10 minutes drive from the Port Harcourt International Airport. Okay. No additional fee payments like Machine Ground and others. We have a team of professional drivers, who conveys you to the site for inspection, and that is free of charge. Inspection starts every day except Sundays from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. African Town is, deeply into anything land and property related. Housing, property consultancy, estate management, leasing of properties, and others. So please come to our office today at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza, Port Harcourt, along Port Harcourt to Owerri Road, or call us on 0703 103 2297 0703 103 2297. Lastly, remember that this is the best season, to invest, as to know that we are selling dry land. Come to African Town and Properties today.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much for having me, Mr. Kelly.
Well, stay with us. More to come.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
We thank you for staying with us. Let's take some of your messages at this time. All right, we'll take some of your messages and we'll make progress from there. All right, today's quest, Today 95.1 FM, 17 minutes now past the hour of 10. Facebook, General Post, Christian Williams. It's so unfortunate that the failure of some civilian government in Africa have now made the people to celebrate military rule as if they won visa lottery. Too bad. Emmanuel James, to Africa, democracy is the worst form of government. During the military, our money had value. Democracy came, we became world poverty capital. The West is using democracy to protect their interest. Thank God Abilita Twibu, PDP has no right to discipline me for being in Tinubu's cabinet. Those planning to discipline you for being in Tinubu's government are even planning to dump the PDP to the APC immediately after the tribunal judgment. Wike remains the engine room of PDP, and any attempt to expel or suspend Wike from the party, I don't think the PDP will survive it. Nicholas Erasmus, the coup in Gabon and celebration of Gabonese citizens show that most African citizens are tired of the so-called democratic rules. Leaders of other African countries yet to take their share of the coup should wake up to fix their countries. Nobody knows which country will be next. Wickedest PDP. I think it's late for the PDP to even suspend him. If the PDP went ahead to suspend him now, they will lose all the National Assembly members from River State and possibly the State Assembly in River State loyal to him. So I don't think they will do that. Ebere Medino, we will make police take full control of internal security, Ribadu. Exactly what we need to do. Using military to tackle our internal issues have caused more harm than good for us. On the other hand, had it been we haven't overused and politicized our military, this trending coup would have started in Nigeria. I don't know what you mean. Cosmos Oyeneke, the same Ali Bongo that suspended social media is now using the same platform to call on citizens to make noise and to shout. Karma is working. Newton Ikire, despite 7 APC administration, I'm still a PDP member. Despite working in company of A, my salary comes from company B. My allegiance, therefore, is to company B or more. Okay, some of the reactions from the general post. Let me skip opinion poll. We haven't touched opinion poll. I just sort of went around the order. We're talking yes or weekend politics right now, and that's supposed to be the conversation for Real Talk. Okay. Christian Williams puts it this way: those that are advising and drumming "Ignore Him" song for Atiku have been his worst enemies, because Wike is a man full of capacity, and ignoring him have now marred the PDP for us in River State. We stand with FCT 001. Serious Only puts it this way: heaven will not fall if Wike is being sacked by the PDP, and what he can do is to defect to the APC with the River State governor and his loyalists, and nothing else. I have not seen where one man is bigger than the party. Even the smaller countries in Africa can't tolerate the excesses of Wike, and the APC should take note that Wike is going to dare them in the nearest future. It's part of his nature. He doesn't stay in a peaceful environment. That's your opinion. Thank God, Ability Atwebu. There's nothing wrong with Wike serving as minister in Tinubu's cabinet as a PDP member, because during the presidential campaign, Tinubu said if he wins the presidential election, he will run a government of national unity. So Tinubu had fulfilled his promise by choosing Wike, who is in the opposition party, to serve in his cabinet as FCT minister. PDP should be happy that one of their strong members is in Tinubu's cabinet. Nigerians would have voted Peter Obi if he was better than Tinubu. That's according to Wike. But life is turn by turn. Peter Obi should wait for his own turn. Nigerians have spoken through their PVCs who they want as their president. Chijike Okala says Wike has said this repeatedly and nothing has happened, meaning that he is correct. The PDP has proven that it is an organization without constitution, rules and guidelines. Before now, the saying that the party was supreme is used to checkmate activities of members of political parties. But in the case of PDP, all I can see is one man being greater than the party. He said Wike is above PDP laws. This is a statement of fact from you. Okay, let's come back to our conversation. We have members of the panel seated. Let me go to Dr. Emmanuel for these same issues, because we sort of went on that break with a question. Was it smart the way he played the whole thing, the build up to the election, to perhaps escape hammer from his party? And was his party really incapable of carrying out any kind of discipline?
First, smartness, very smart. Incapable, circumstantial.
On the part of the PDP?
Yes. He was very smart as a politician. Incapable, circumstantial. And I'll tell you why. We do not have political parties in Nigeria as of today. Parties are associated with just people, a few people. You cannot say this is a political party when you are not able to define properly its financial structure. How is it financed? Wike, as far as I'm concerned, is PDP, and PDP is Wike. And that was for almost 8 years. Completely. You can't take that away from him. To a very large extent, he built structures from nowhere. Particularly in the last 3 or 4 years of that government.
Which of the government?
The last 3 years of the past government.
Buhari. Okay.
The last 3 or 4 years of, he built structures. And I'm asking, who and who is sitting down to say suspend Wike?
Are they even thinking of suspending him?
No, I'm saying, no, of course they've attempted it once or twice. They know they will shoot themselves down. Among themselves, they will shoot themselves down. He has the structure. Let's be fair.
Attempted it.
Twice they have threatened.
Who threatened?
Tabu had threatened.
Tambuwal did not threaten.
He did.
Tambuwal did not threaten.
He did.
Tambuwal said,
he did.
We're waiting. Act. He never acted.
What is acting? What is acting?
Tambuwal made it clear.
Hold on. What is acting?
Did
you and me? Your wife tells you she will leave. Your wife tells you she will leave the house. She will leave the house this evening to go and say I'm unpresentable. She didn't tell you. She told you I'm leaving the house, and you know very well she's going to say I'm unpresentable. And you saw her leaving. You said she's acting. What do you want her to act? You want to see her on top of him?
She sneaked out.
Oh, she sneaked out.
She sneaked out, and I wasn't aware.
Then she left.
I woke up and she was lying.
And she's not there.
I woke up and she was lying next to me.
I'm not going and coming back.
So I didn't know that she left.
Keep sleeping. If that's the issue. But let's be honest. There is nothing to show that you don't know. Nothing.
Plenty.
The five so-called five governors met with Tinubu before elections outside the country. Yeah. They met, and it wasn't a hidden thing. PDP accused them of having met with him. They didn't comment. But when they came back, they chose their paths. A few of them said they were going to support Obi. Some said they were going to support. They were also very blunt. Some said, in fact, that was when the former governor openly said that he was not going to work for the party. In fact, he said the party has not recognized them, that they will not work for the party.
Okay.
Outrightly, he said it openly that the party has not recognized them.
You know, I asked you this before.
Yes.
Was that enough to get him suspended?
If the party was a party, yes.
Yes. Okay.
If the party was a party, yes. But like I said before, the party, there is no party in the country as of today. The parties are being financed by a few persons. He who pays the piper dictates the tone.
Okay.
Give it to him. He built a structure. And that National Working Committee you're seeing, tumbling 10 times, you'll find these persons
inside
as it is today. And I'm asking, who will take decision? Is it the same persons that are his people? They will continue to protect and make sure that agenda. Look.
So that's why he can challenge the party.
Of course, yes. If you have a party, for crying out loud, even when you don't do anything, the party can say that we don't want you again. Without you doing anything, the party can say we don't want you.
Exactly. It's you who go to court trying to.
It's you that will go to court and say, must you join us? It's not a must that you be with us now. But here I'm saying that the man still has the structure of the party in his plan. And it's difficult to do away with. Because again, there are several other interests that are ready to help disintegrate the party. So what you're seeing them do is to manage the party as it is.
So the party is also being clever.
Yes. Oh, of course, yes. Of course, yes. So they're neither here or there. They're all politicking. Now, as to him being a minister, and I've said this before, he's not the first that have been a minister from the opposition party. Bolenge was a minister from AD then in the PDP government. And there was no hullabaloo about it. There was no noise about it. It's a simple thing.
To the point of being Attorney General.
Attorney General. There's nothing really wrong in it. For me, it shows the sagacity of whoever has appointed him. It shows that the person can afford to be free. Because usually parties are run like small courts. So you hide your own thinking from the other. But if you're able to bring another insight, means that's some level of openness.
But in this case, he's just a member of cabinet. The APC can still have their affairs, and
you can have an affair, but for the affairs you have to work means that it will come to cabinet for execution.
And
I will see.
Can they leave party politics out and sort of just severe? This is party politics. This is governance. I know it's difficult in Nigeria.
That's what.
But
everywhere in the world is difficult. You can't completely remove it. Everywhere in the world. Let's not keep Nigerianizing issues. Everywhere in the world, politics and governance are what creates governance, if not politics. You can't completely remove it. They are there. They are intertwined as it were. But let's understand that whatever it is, the former governor has something he also wants to show Nigerians. He wants to tell Nigerians that he has certain capabilities. He wants to tell Nigerians that he has something to offer. So in taking up this role, I expect that he's going to show he's still quite a young man, so he still has several other things to do.
Should they be careful?
Everybody should be careful.
No, should he be careful?
I don't understand where you're coming from.
Should he be careful?
Everybody.
You're a politician, so you know what I'm saying.
I don't know which party you saw me in, but everybody.
You're a politician.
No.
So you know what I'm saying.
All of us are politicians.
Should he be careful?
Everybody should be careful.
He doesn't have the cover of the office of the governor any longer.
But he has the cover of his appointer.
He's playing at a different level.
No. He has the cover.
Should he be careful?
No, he has the cover of his appointer.
Should he be careful?
Whatever he does, somebody is vicariously liable.
Should he be careful?
Well, I think both the PDP and former Governor Wike, they've been playing in a way that baffles we that stay on the sideline and watch. Because the Wike built structure, for instance, and has maybe some of the apex members of the PDP in his palm. It's not enough for the PDP not to suspend him if they want to. But the fact is that the party itself does not give itself the honor it should have. You cannot tell me, because whatever he had done with maybe the apex members are just those who indeed are friendly with him. He has those ones. There are others he doesn't have in his pocket. If his pocket he puts them or wherever. The issue is that as soon as he made a comment that they were not going to support maybe the PDP, it was ripe for suspension. If that is a true political party. I have said it, the PDP became just very yellow-bellied because of him. I don't know what happened. Whatever it might be, they pushed it to indecent level. They said in their philosophy that no single individual is bigger than a political party. And I want to believe that. Because if one man cooks for an entire village, the village will finish the food, it won't be enough. But if the village should cook for one man, he will die with that food. If he insists, he must finish it.
A few men will finish it in our generation.
That's one thing. That's one thing that makes me think that
with the level of hunger,
a few men will finish it in our generation.
That's one thing that makes me believe that. You see, the PDP has not done its job as a political party. Whatever reasons, I don't understand. Because when it makes me track the whole thing back to even their primaries and what happened, even the meeting, the southern governors went to Asaba. I think they went to, is it Lagos or Enugu? I can't remember exactly. Where they agreed that.
As in Asaba.
In Asaba. Where they agreed that the president must come from the south. Both the G5, where the former governor belonged, and other southern governors, they didn't keep good faith with that particular decision of theirs. None. And again, when the PDP finally went to their primaries, you found out that, according to them, I'm not a member, I don't know, and up to now, I've not even made effort to know. They said that kind of thing Tambuwal did in coming a second time to talk, that is against their constitution. Yes, that's what they said. Why did they...
Okay, but you haven't researched it.
No, I'm not. And I'm not going to research. I'm just hearing...
You don't know the fidelity of the statement?
I don't know. Okay. Kelly, I must say it.
Okay.
And I'm not interested to know that's the wrong side of it. So long as I have read it.
So it could be the views of some people.
If it is, well, that means they have also helped. They have helped in the spoiling the image of the party. That's what I'm saying. Now, the issue is that if truly, as they said it, that's how it stands, why is it that, as at that time, Wike found out that Tambuwal has breached their law? He did not, in fact, at that time said, no, Tambuwal shouldn't have done this, even though he himself has said, whoever eventually emerges, he was support.
He said he wanted peace.
Now, what does he want now that he started the brimstone and fire?
There's an extent you want peace and peace is not coming, then you want the war.
See,
that's what happened.
No, see.
He wanted peace and he allowed the winner to take it as okay, and you refused.
Doc,
no, but you know that there are many steps. There were many steps before we got to that one.
Yes.
There was a subtle request for VP slot.
That's part of the peace.
That they declined.
That was part of the peace.
Because I kind of wonder. It's been said And in the few years I've been around, yes, Wike is not the kind of person like Atiku Abubakar. He has not made it hidden that he doesn't like Atiku Abubakar. He doesn't support Atiku Abubakar.
Now or before? In 2015 he supported him?
No. The first support was for Tambua.
He supported Tambua.
Yes.
Was for Tambua.
Yes, you're correct.
And it was clear. He was even angry. Atiku followed him from the stadium to the government house to tell him thank you for the convention that happened at the stadium. Atiku had an ambition again. So when you know that this man doesn't like you, you want to put the same person in the same cabinet. When some weekend his argument was, look at the case of Biden and his vice president. When Democrats suggested that she should be his running mate, they gave him reasons. That what was wrong with that. But perhaps you forget that our democracy is different. You go from there. When that one failed, the next argument was, oh no, give us the leadership of the party. Let us balance it. Let me ask a question.
All this point,
Yendebe was the issue, and you're refusing. You can't take it on.
I know you're not finished. My question is, all this talk about equity, equity, fairness to the South, and all of those things. If they had given him the leadership of the PDP,
we won't be talking about it.
Would we hear all this?
We won't talk about
it. You've passed that stage.
See, we won't talk about
problems are within stages.
Keeps saying it.
You know that's part of the problem. He's telling you where the matter started. That the first issue is, as a party, we agree that power should move to the South.
Did he?
By whatever reason, you rejected it. By whatever reason, you rejected it.
Did he fight against it?
I'm coming.
That's what did he fight against it?
Hold on. Certain things, things take. You move from one stage to another. The first thing is we will need power to come to the South. And of course, like Fife said, politics is not something you decide wholesale and throw on the board. You keep the things as it were, as they come. If this is not working, you present the next agenda. You don't drop it wholesale on the. You drop it wholesale on the board. Sorry for you. Nobody does that kind of bargaining ordinarily. So it means you lose out completely. Now that failed. Whatever it was, that was the original one to say power should come to the South. They tried that fight. It didn't work out.
Did it fail because the interest was for an individual, as against what a group would have benefited from?
I wouldn't be able to speak for the group because that decision was not taken by one person. It was taken by a group. Southern governors.
No. The Southern governors from different political parties.
No.
No, the Southern governors
from different
political parties. After that, the PDP Southern governors also met. The Southern governors of PDP also met.
Good.
The Southern governors from APC also met.
You know
then the Nigerian Governors Forum met together.
Doctor.
Yes.
You know that even the APC did not zone power to the South.
No. Yes.
They did not.
The APC did not zone it.
But the Governors Forum of APC pushed. Majority of the Governors Forum of APC haven't decided, refused and pushed.
They pushed.
Yes.
You know that even the then president, Muhammadu Buhari,
yes,
did not support power shifting to the South.
I don't agree.
He was indifferent.
I don't agree.
No, he was indifferent.
Being indifferent. Listen. Being indifferent to that extent was as good as allowing it.
Let's fast forward.
It was.
Let's fast forward.
Assuming for any reason. In fact, they even attempted using his name. And he was bold. He was bold to say, no, I didn't say this.
Let's fast forward. The interest now is, you started with power should rotate to the South.
Yes.
To vice president.
How do we microzone that? Who should get it?
That's secondary. The first issue is...
Okay, it is secondary.
Yes.
They never agreed on how it should be. Because there were personal interests.
In APC too, they never agreed on where it should be.
But there was personal interest.
Everybody has its interest.
The governors of the APC overwhelmingly supported Tinubu.
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Oh my.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Oh
no.
Doctor.
No. Governors. No.
7 of them.
No.
How many governors of the APC? If majority of them, if 7 of them were giving support to Tinubu.
Listen. If you had former Kano State Governor El-Rufai, clearly.
Kaduna
State Governor. Up till in fact, right at the podium, he had walked up to Mr. President to still ask, thinking they will bless a particular person. He had walked to the president more than 2 times to say, the governors are still waiting for where you want us to. He said it openly.
Politics.
If you knew what
politics will not kill us. Let me check the closing of myself.
So what I'm saying,
he does not want to say. He will say.
What I'm saying is that both the PDP and Governor Wike, both of them, because it's just like one individual, two persons now facing themselves, they know what is holding them from the other. Because the PDP can suspend him. I don't know when he's saying let anybody die, suspend him. I don't know what will happen if they suspend him. Even if he should jail all of them, but the suspension has been done by the body. Now I'm asking a simple question. With the posture presented to Nigerians by the PDP, can they say that truly that no single individual can be superior to a political party? The answer is that they can't say that because, but in reality, they have done so. They look inferior, or they are really inferior because several anti-party activities have been conducted by these 5 governors at that time, but none of them was disciplined. So for me, I think the governor, the former governor of Rivers State, is stronger than them. Whatever is responsible, I don't know.
I'd like to ask you, when you hear the former governor boast of how he delivered Rivers State, I know it's one of the things that politicians take pride in. But I cast my mind back. The matter is in court. Some of the reports we heard at the time, and a court of public opinion is not a court of law. But we heard how people wanted to come out and vote, and they were flogged at polling units.
Part of it.
They were harassed. They were chased. We had town criers telling people, if you're not voting for this party, don't come out. We had those reports spread across different parts of the state. Is it substantial enough to decide the outcome of the election? I can't say here. I don't have that authority to so do. But how can we begin to boast of the outcome of an election when we have a lot of apathy, especially the election after the presidential election? A lot of persons did not come out. The few persons that came out complained of victimization. On what basis can we boast of an election being fair in the interest of the people in Nigeria?
No, Kelly, we need to be clear about where we are. Where we are is that the ownership of the process of democracy we signed up for in 1999 is changing hands and establishing its claim. Changing hands how? If you look across the political parties today, PDP and what has become APC, Labour Party and the rest of them, you find that the parties that began the journey in 1998 actually, they are not there again. It's only PDP that can say it has survived 22 years of the wilderness of Nigerian politics. Secondly, you can see that several, for instance, PDP had a main opponent in 1999 as AD. AD is no longer there. In 2007, PDP was confronted by CPC, right? That party is no longer there. In 2011, 10 or 11.
Yeah.
In 2011, it was confronted by a different.
Wasn't that the CPC? I think 11 was CPC.
It wasn't ANPP. It was
that's the election with
when Atiku moved.
That's Buhari and Jonathan now.
Buhari, Jonathan.
2011.
ANPP. It wasn't ANPP. It was Action for Action Congress of Nigeria. Action Congress.
ACN.
Right, where this man, Nuhu Ribadu, was a presidential candidate.
That was the major one.
And Buhari,
Buhari
was candidate for CPC. So if you look at the political landscape, it shows you that the main players, the structures, so-called structures in Nigerian
architectural book have been dissolving and reformulating itself. At a human level, if you look at the political scene from 1999, you find that the control of the parties that exist today from the time continue to change. No consistency. There has been, and they are not changing according to the rules of the game in constitutions they give to themselves at every level. Atiku Abubakar in crisis within PDP, Tinubu in crisis within AD, the Yoruba Front, and everything else thereafter. Buhari in crisis with his followership in CPC that merged with finally merged with ACN to form APC, right? So those 2 points, what do they say to you? There are no political parties in Nigeria. Here I agree with Chief Emma Iroyaname. The fact is that they organize themselves for elections. A number of rich people, rich politicians, organize themselves to take power at every election for purposes of self-enhancement. They enrich themselves in between elections to find enough money to buy the next election. And that makes their hunger for more money endless. In addition, it makes the impoverishment of the society endless. We get worse as the exchange rate of the naira shows us. Every subsequent administration is worse than its predecessor because the exchange rate keeps dipping, and dipping in a very, very, very terrible sense since 2015. Before 2015, each new administration suffered a deficit of about 50% in exchange rate differential. From 2015, it began to suffer 250%. Jonathan left the exchange rate at 180, 190. Buhari, first month in office, flogged it up to 350. And then it moved to 750. That is insane. In any country where people are reasonable, we should have called ourselves together to say, these politicians, these big men who have stolen our money to use it to capture power and to steal more money cannot run the country in the interest of the people. They are running it in their own interest. If you understand that there are two players left in the arena, every other thing is a disguise. Who are those two players? The individuals who want political power for themselves.
They have been amassing wealth.
They've been amassing wealth, betraying each other, stabbing each other in the back. It's all in the game because there are no political parties to discipline and provide a code of conduct for their behavior. The other party that is left in the arena are the people, the citizens of the country who suffer the consequences of the misgovernance and the greed of those who capture political power. Unfortunately, the citizens are unorganized to resist. They were unorganized until the Labour Party, the emergence of Peter Obi in 2022, which was totally unpredicted, as Barrister Rochukwu said here. Totally unpredicted. Nobody factored that into the game plan. But it was a time to show that the Nigerian people were waking up. What is left now is for the Nigerian people to get better organized because their anger has started to have effect on the Nigerian political scene. It is creating great disquiet amongst those political, what do we call them, landlords who own the property called Nigeria.
Disquiet.
And disquiet, yes. How? They are no longer comfortable. That's why there are new permutations on the table every time. Yes. And I listen to all of you discussing this. Should PDP discipline Wike? There are no parties. Wike was smart enough, and I did a piece on that, which was published by US Africa journal after the PDP primaries, that the way he had gone about the primaries shows that his potential on the political stage was just unfolding, and he will seek to maximize his advantage, because he has unmasked for the Nigerian people the reality behind the veil, that there are no parties, there are just individual interests. He unmasked them. Unlike any other Nigerian politician, he went there and fought Atiku. He made it clear this battle was between him and Atiku. It wasn't a PDP fight. What Atiku had was not a greatness of ideas, not greatness of goodwill across the country, not greatness of vision or demonstrable capacity to deliver better value to the Nigerian people. What he had was money and connections. Wike matched him and actually beat him by going straight to fund PDP state structures across the country. Somebody said reportedly that Governor Wike accounted for 12 state branches of the PDP between 2015 and 2022. Even if he accounted for 8, that was formidable. Now, you bring him, the second big move Wike did is that while all of them are playing games, while most of them, not all of them, while most of them seem to be playing games, Wike, I don't know who advises him, but they're right on the money. Some of the things we did not anticipate he would do, he did, because he was acting on good advice, plus a good dose of braggadocio. You know, those are things that forced the hands of his opponents. He kept them in suspense. They didn't know what next he would do. Now, the move he made, the G5, the move he made with the G5, forming a coalition of interested governors, not their states. Mark you, all of these things we are talking about, you and I are not in the equation at all. They are planning for their own comfort and well-being without including or even negotiating with the people that they represent to say which one will be better for us. They determine for us where they want to go, and then they drag us along in typical master-slave relationship pattern. You and I, the people, the Nigerian people, we are not in the equation of the political debate at all. They are telling us we'll go this way, and when we get there, you follow us. In APC itself is dissolving. I'm sure you are, if you look underneath the veil of the presidency, you will see those who campaign with him are not exactly the same people who are with him in government. He has come to power and things are beginning to fall apart. Have you seen Chief Fani Kayode?
That's just one.
It took a lot of pressure for Festus Keyamo to climb through the fence and jump in. There are several others. The push has started. Why? Because have you seen El Rufai in the government?
Well, we know El Rufai's case.
Oh, we don't know.
But
what we are seeing,
the president is still constituting his government.
What we are seeing, the government is not strengthening APC as we knew it.
Exactly.
Right?
That is it.
Tinubu is forming his own followership.
But that's natural in terms of the kind of politics around there.
No. If the party...
The politics around there, isn't it natural?
If the party existed in the sense of executive capacity and presence, having a manifesto that they sold to the president, having state governors whose constituencies informed the agenda of the president, that party would be standing with the president to direct, to decide what, to encourage him to take decisions that will favor the party constituency.
Guiding his thoughts.
Guiding. Well, I don't want to sound so paternalistic.
Does that change?
I'm saying to you, from what you and I have seen, the party is informed as an afterthought of what the president.
The former party chairman was saying it also.
Of what the president has done.
But the former party chairman had a fallout with the president.
No,
How to establishing the fact that the way our governance
Kelly,
is
I'm
run
going
here.
somewhere.
Okay, let me allow you.
Where I'm going is that the party system is dissolving in Nigeria. The ownership of the party system are the politicians who have made money.
So they decide what happened.
They decide what happened. So we are likely to see a reformulation of what you call a in the cold. The PDP is today, it has suffered a stillbirth, just like APC in the various states. They are coasting under the canopy of a Tinubu presidency, but there is no common agenda between the presidency and the states to show that we are APC states, apart from nomination of those they want to appoint, and they are not even being nominated by the state party in each state. It is, we heard the party chairman telling us that the candidate that came from Kano, they didn't even know where she came from. So we see that there are different hidden hands. When the president was Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, when he was president-elect status, that is waiting to be sworn in, with or without certification of his election, who did he visit? He didn't visit the party chieftains. We saw him visiting those who are the conglomerates within the country, right? At least one video clip we saw was very telling. The president-elect went on a visit to the former owner of UBA, right, Elumelu. He visited him in his house. He became president sworn in. He went on an official state visit to Lagos State and the third straight to Ogun State to go and see a traditional ruler, not as part of a national visit to traditional rulers. When he got to the traditional ruler's place, he sat down there and time stopped flowing at expense of the government of Nigeria, because Nigeria was paying for that time. Those things show us that the individual is finally distilling and demystifying the institution. The presidency is no longer the institution it used to be.
Okay.
It is now the reflection of the individual.
Okay.
The parties are no longer the institutions we were fooled into thinking they were. Over the 23 years of our transition, we have found that the masquerade we were following is wearing shoes.
All right.
Right?
Okay.
So where are we going? You need to put that into context in discussing Wike. Wike is one of the few politicians smart enough to know this tendency, this trend that is unfolding, and he coasted on it. He realized that the individual, the president, will determine who he wants in his team, not the party. And that if Nigeria's politics is going to be reformulated, he had better be on the table where it will be discussed. And that's where he is.
So let me get back so we can close this chapter. We need to look at another story before we open the phone lines. We're running out of time. How can the people make their voice loud? Doctor, how can the people make their voice loud?
An interesting
thing. You mean, how can we participate in the ongoing dynamics?
No, how can we change the dynamics?
We're saying the same thing. Changing the dynamics, getting it loud, participating. In fact, that's actually the real thing. How do we get involved?
So we don't talk about big men. We talk about institutions.
The first thing is understanding that to get involved means that you need to make some sacrifice. The NPN, Amoku joined, paid subscriptions.
Exactly.
The UPN, the NPP, and the rest of them paid subscriptions.
By the way, I was in PRP. I was not in.
I don't even trust yourself, which I did. They paid subscriptions, and these were things. I said before, he who paid the piper dictates the tone. For a party to say it is a party, members must own it, and one way of owning it is financial participation.
But if the oligarchs in court refuse their firm grip of those political parties, what can the people do?
There are simple things. I have led a small group where I come from hitherto now, where during the NRC SDP, another group was created, and they call it a very simple thing. They said those are those that don't eat. So they created two groups. They identified those that claimed were those that get everything, and those that don't get anything regroup themselves and give the worst fight to those that supposedly get the whole chunk. They want them straight for the first time. Unfortunately, those parties didn't last too far. Now, we just need to engage ourselves. We need to come together. We need blocking. We need to get ourselves into blocks. We need to first agree that we want some. See, when we say change, people just don't change because they want who is there to live so that they take over. That's not change. You need to define what you want to change. You can't say a thing is bad only to push out who is there, and you start off
from where they
stop, or even do worse things than they did, and you say you've changed. There's no change there. And that's the kind of problems we have. If people were getting government contracts by merely carrying portfolio and say that was the bad thing and that they need to do something, and you get in power, you're doing the same thing, then something is wrong.
So we need to change our style.
We need to agree why we are. First, I don't think we have, up till now, I don't think Nigerians actually agree that they are failing or they failed. Nigerians are yet to, because for me, if you throw a ball to a wall that is strong, I expect the ball to do what? Bounce
back.
It's only if the wall is soft that it will take the pressure of the ball and then nothing will happen. It will
Or
just
the
drop
ball
there.
is soft.
It's soft. It will just drop there. It won't come out. We need to understand ourselves. I doubt if we've really been pushed to the wall yet. Maybe we still need more time to be pushed to the wall to understand that, look, we have drifted too far.
Okay. All right. Barrister. Barrister Ochiko.
Well, the truth of the matter is that first and foremost, the Nigerians need to massify. Nigeria needs to massify and begin to form or constitute themselves alternative structures. In fact, I've advocated what I call alternative government. There are parts of Senegal where they practice what they call alternative government, where individuals or community people have come together to look inwards and to see how they can answer their own questions as it affects them as a political community, and not waiting for the government. It's sort of boycotting the government. That is one theory. Another theory is to massify. To massify means that, but even to massify, you need a sort of a catalyst. But as Doc said, sometimes I doubt if actually Nigerians are suffering, or those of us who come around are trying to imagine or create sufferings for the Nigerian people. Because in truth, some of the social circumstances defy logical analysis. Because when you see what is happening, the daily occurrences and developments, and even moments in history that ought to be seized to raise opposition, people begin to tell you something like whether it is about, they start to talk about God, or to talk about peace, or to talk about stability. But as far as I'm concerned, my mindset is that we can get to a point where we ruin this system of things and get to a point as a people where we begin to ask ourselves questions. Because as I said, all through history, changes have always come when people come to consciousness and they invest themselves to fight for change. A good example is the American states. When they were tired of the colonial authorities, they gave them a fight. As at the day they fight it, the colonial authorities were far more stronger than them. But the idea is that it's either we succeed or this entire hemisphere ceases to be, because without us they cannot be.
Okay.
And without them we can be. So what I say is that it's either as a community people will begin to think inwards and begin to massify and create alternative formations, or we massify and chase away the ruling element.
Mr. Ndekwe.
Yes, Kelly.
Same question. How can the people get their voice loud?
For me, there's no light at the end of the tunnel. I am being frank. You see, what is happening? We have a lot of theories in this country. But to pursue that theory to a logical conclusion has been very much elusive. If, for instance, Nigeria, like Arochukwu is saying, massify, it does not end at that. You massify. We are talking about what you will do after the massification. Do you understand me? Now, what will you do? In the Arab world, you saw exactly the trend that has run riot there and changed things. But it cannot be done as far as Nigeria is concerned. If you come out and say you want to carry the load on behalf of others, you'll be killed and you die alone. Everybody will rush into his room and close. If you go delivering lectures talking about this and that, telling people come out and do this and that, in Nigeria there is no prospect. The only thing is that people keep on talking, and if they want, they listen. If they don't want, they leave it. And that's as far as I have seen in my little world of observation. The thing in Nigeria is that if you check any administration that comes, will recycle people. You start, are they going to live in the corridor of power? You start thinking, are these people the people they have been thinking about bringing? That is how the recycling keeps on going. There has never been a time somebody said, I'm a revolutionist. And in this my revolutionary theory, I'm going to use different state of people. It must always be those people that have been there, and you saw them misbehave in the last administration. You'll also see them misbehave in this one. And somebody is telling me there's a tunnel. That light is at the end, where you will reach the end. If you reach the end, the light goes off.
All right, fine face.
Yeah. You said how the people can
get their. I'm not saying get their voices back, because if they get it back, it means that it was lost at some
before.
point.
It's already with them.
They didn't even have it. That's what I'm saying. So, how can the people get to the place where they are the ones now making decisions for themselves?
Yeah, getting there is not far-fetched. It all has to do with the issue of the institutions being strong. That is the only way the people can get their voices heard. Until the institutions are strong.
Who will make it strong?
Exactly. It's the system that involves the governments of the day.
Is it not the same government that we're talking about?
Exactly. So we continue to make demand on the system. We continue to campaign for the institutions to be strong. Then we can get the people to really get what they want out of the system. Otherwise, it will fall back to remaining like what the deposed Gabonese president said. Make some noise, make noise, make noise. People will just continue to make noise. But if the noise is made, and the people are determined, and the system allows the noise they have made to play through, it becomes an issue. You remember Labour Party was described in Nigeria as an internet social media person, stuff like that. But when it played to the ground, if the system was strong and allowed the voices of the people, position of the people to pass through, that which they saw as noise would have metamorphosed into reality through the ballot box. But the system skewed that process. Yeah, we should have our electoral system work. INEC should be able to sit up. I believe strongly that what happened in 2023 will not and cannot repeat itself in 2027. If that happens, I will use the word I never wanted to use and never wanted to be part of as what will happen in 2027. A revolution will come in. If what happened in 2023 repeats itself in 2027,
nothing will happen.
There will be a revolution.
Really?
Yeah. Why I point that out is the fact that what happened this year, the people now are just waiting on the judiciary. That is why they came up with the campaign, All Eyes on the Judiciary, that has been asked to go down. The judiciary is what they are waiting for now to see what will come out of the process. If that also fails, the people will now go back to say, for our voices to be heard, we are going to vote, we are going to defend our vote, and if the system tries to skew our votes, then we may take certain steps that may not go down well with the Nigerian.
Let me say something quickly. Let me just draw the attention of this panel to reality on ground. The reality on ground, I don't know how many of you saw it. Two video clips were circulating in different platforms all week. One was in Abuja. One of the surrounding villages towards the Federal Capital Territory, where a house was pulled down, and under minutes, a group of socially active young people have gone in and completely, removed everything in that building before the owners of the building could come from the offices to hear that, having heard that their property had been knocked down. Before they could get there, they couldn't find anything left.
I saw it.
There are human beings who have been reduced to social termites. It does not know religion, it does not know ethnicity, it does not know gender. That army is becoming a reality in Nigeria. When you're talking about revolution is almost here. People, a second set of video clip showed us young boys going around gated estates, pulling out electrical fittings on walls of the rich. Those two sets of video clips are frightening for those of us who have a sense of history. The third thing I want to add is a statement by former President Jonathan, which also began to circulate, that look, politicians had better be careful. That he saw a thing like that when he was president, a situation like that arose in Burkina Faso, where the people got to the point where they said, okay, let them kill us. It doesn't matter how many they can kill, but we are just going there to force our way through. Where we are today is a dangerous, slippery slope. And we are sure, the rest of us, the way this thing feeds on itself is that social reality, when it begins to feed on itself, right? And unless we get organized now to put some structure around that anger and sense of frustration, it can become a flood that will sweep all of us away, and even those in power. Interestingly, Kelly, there is one disease that runs from north to south, east to west, for those in power. Those in power are socially blind. They don't see the tide coming against them. They believe that they are in control. They believe that the reality is the world they see in their palaces and in their splendor. Stolen splendor, we must add. So those who have power today, when you look at everything President Tinubu has done from May 29th and adding more and more punishment to the Nigerian people, it tells you that he means well, but he doesn't understand where we are. So they don't see us. Reminds me of a book by an American, a black, in the days of Negro struggle. He said, I am the invisible man, until he cried that I am. The Nigerian people are getting to that point where we are tired of being invisible. We are getting to the point of saying, look, I am, I exist. And if I exist, this is how I want my society to run. To massify, as he said, let's put some organization around our anger. Let's put some goals, achievable goals, around our desperation. And let's begin to say, this is how we go about it. Before obedience emerged as around the prospect of having a P2B, and that to Dati Ahmed, Baba Ahmed's candidature, people were saying, oh, It's not possible for us to organize ourselves as a people. We will always wait for a rich man to come and fund us. We demonstrated, that has been demonstrated to be a false thesis. The Nigerian people can organize themselves outside of religion, outside of ethnicity, outside of status. And we need to follow that path because danger is at the door.
Doctor, you wanted to quickly say something?
Yes.
Quickly, before I open the phone lines.
Every other time we make this mistake. Until you define your anger properly, you consume yourselves. Yes, there are threats right, left, and center, the way we see it. When NSA started, it had what looked like something that had some good prospect. But we knew those that suffered more. Those that suffered more were the real poor people. Because their stores that were broken. Of course. They were the ones that lost their lives.
That's why we need to put the structure to it.
And that's where I have issue with just mentioning revolution. That's where I have issue with just thinking a group is just going to come. We have seen in this country, and I keep using just yesterday, 2015, the slogan for everybody was change.
Exactly.
That was the slogan. But the question was, to what extent did we have consensus about change? What were we changing?
From what to what?
What were we changing? Was it just a presidency? Was it an attitude? What were we changing? We've not, and that's why I said, I doubt if we've been pushed enough to the wall.
Okay.
And until we're able to establish that, and that's why in massification, there has to be definitions. There has to be
a structure to it.
Structure, what do we want?
How do we go about it?
Beautifully, let me say one thing. A massification without geographical boundaries may not be what will give us results in the short run. We must demarcate ourselves. What marketers will call segmentation.
Yeah.
We must break ourselves into those groups because each of the groups have different things that matters to them.
Yeah.
All right.
And drive that process.
All right. 0817-0000951, 0810-951-0951. Again, 0817-0000951, 0810-951-0951. Those are the numbers to call. Phone lines are open. Let's get you in the conversation. Today, 95.1. Good morning.
Any moment. Morning.
Hello, Gift. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning to all the guests.
Morning.
Yeah. Let me talk about the people. But we were asking some people, and I was laughing.
Oh, there, Gift. The signal is not clear. What's up?
Is it clear now?
Okay, slightly better.
Okay. I was laughing when you were asking those questions. If you take your mind back, Wike was never the problem of people. It was not even people itself. Abubakar came up with the idea, that theory of the turn of the north. You remember? And Jonathan was beaten out. With everything Jonathan did, this man refused to listen. Now, 2019, this man returned. And Wike was supporting Samboa. At the end of the day, it was Wike that gave me the biggest support. Till tomorrow, Wike can challenge anybody in PDP who is for PDP. At the end of the day, nobody has come out to say, I supported more than Wike. Not minding, he supported Samboa in that time. Then, at the end of the day, everybody knew that it was the turn of the South. We are not talking about microzoning. How can people come up with the idea of telling PDP and Wike a stakeholder, major stakeholder, that kept the party before you came back, that microzone to Southeast? Who does that? Who do you think you are? That was why he was using that word, that I'm not a second-class citizen. If anyone is seeing me that way, a man that is feeding you, that is from Adamawa, a Rivers man, a Bayelsa man, that is supposed to have that pride in you. Think because you are from the north, you want to just ride on the man And people like us will be the ones even complaining and castigating it.
Okay.
Let us ask at times because we don't know what we want in this life.
Okay.
As far as I'm concerned, is a failure. He has failed. He will remain a failure.
That's in your opinion. Thank you, Gift, for sharing. Let's take some more reactions. Yeah, you have a right to that opinion. Today, 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Kelly, good morning.
Hi, welcome.
Yeah, this is Henry Kelly.
Henry, please go on.
Henry from Opobo. Kelly, let me inform you, I've relocated from Rumigbo to my community, Opobo. Now, let me look at the comment of our former governor that PDP cannot suspend him, they should dare him. You see, Kelly, I have listened to your guest and also my elder brother and father there, Amoku Senebo, Bobo Brown. Now, Kelly, see, just like he said, the political parties have allowed themselves to be adjusted by individuals because they have failed to fill up the responsibility and to work with the constitution that binds and sanctions the party. So since they have failed, I think Wike has not committed any crime by letting you know, do the needful, so that this party will not fall into crisis. And the party in question, being the PDP, intentionally use their cutting board to block the 2 ears without hearing what the young man was saying. And today, look at where it has landed them. So the young man has a fact. And I believe that before you suspend somebody in the party, you have to come up with, a fact showing that this young man has, involved himself in anti-party activity. You that left the party constitution and do a different thing, is it not also anti-party activity?
Okay.
It's also the same thing. So Wike has the authority. What he is saying is just the truth. Because the PDP has the authority, the power to suspend him because they have failed in their responsibility, in their ways of putting the party in order. So that is just the system. He will not be suspended.
Henry,
even if they do, they will get it by themselves.
Thank you. Thank you so much for reaching out. Today, 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Hi, welcome.
Yeah, my name is Judy.
Okay.
Yeah. About Wike and PDP. First of all, let me establish that the truth of the matter is that PDP has been lukewarm, lethargic, and lackadaisical. They have been naïve. They have all the grounds to have suspended Wike all this while. So they will have themselves to blame for it. Even like somebody said in the studio that Wike did not openly declare support for Tinubu before the election. But the truth of the matter is that immediately after the election, it was so clear that he supported Tinubu, and which is clearly an anti-party activity. So PDP has so been naive. With due respect to them, look at cowardice to have allowed this man to go on like this without taking any disciplinary action against him. It is totally unfair that somebody supported an opposing party, and what ground do you have? So that is one. Then on the part of Wike, the truth of the matter is that he was not fighting for the South and for the South. All those ones he just saying, he was fighting for his own selfish interest. If he was fighting for the South, when immediately Atiku emerged as the presidential candidate of PDP, why didn't he oppose it? He said he's ready to support. Then he still went on and was vying to become running mate. I tell you, if they have given Wike the running mate to Atiku, if all these rules have come up, he would have supported Atiku wholeheartedly. But because he lost that seat to become vice president, to become running mate, he now started attacking.
All right, point made. Thank you.
The matter that Wike has been fighting for his own selfish interest.
All right.
Which is fighting for.
All right. Thank you for sharing. Today, 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly.
Hi, welcome.
My name is Olu Samuel calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay.
I want to ask you one question. Did Wike and the PDP leadership went into blood oath? And they should come up and tell us, because a single man, okay, they should make me the PDP national president, and I will suspend Wike, remove Wike, and everyone that is saying that will not fall, will destroy him. Let them make it. I see no reason what they have taken. The agreement or blood oath that they have taken with that a single man. It is terrible. If you really ask the mind, why did you take action during the primaries in Abuja? He knows, if you make any noise there, he knows the people who come after him, it's not River State, Abuja is not River State. He opened himself. So Wike is a man that he speaks more to attract attention to himself. But once you take action against it, he will go into his own. You know, simple as that. So it is time for people to raise their edgy hammer and pierce it upon his head. And let's see how the fear that heaven will not fall, that heaven will continue the way.
All right. Samuel, thank you. Point made. Thank you so much. The party should use the stick and hit his head. Use the stick to hit his head.
Members of NEC and 4 is for me.
Today 95.1. Good morning.
Kelly, good morning. My name is London. I'm calling from Vienna.
Okay.
I greet your guest. Kelly, seriously, what constitutes anti-party? Really? What constitutes? The former governor has done enough. Something I can tell you, most people would have been suspended or even expelled for less. But this one, look at the way he was. Honestly, I can tell you from the way he's posting, it's only two things. One, he owns the party. Two, he knows a lot about the party that can bring the party down completely. That is the only reason. What else do they want for them to suspend? Honestly, I love the politics. See, most people may complain about this brand of politics, but it is very effective. Very, very effective. I think we should give it to the former River State governor. He is a master tactician when it comes to politics. Right. People like this, political science, you study people like this. I can tell you that. And Kelly, when people talk about revolution, I laugh. Which class in the society will carry out that revolution? Vanguard is a political scientist. I expect him to know better that when it comes to Nigeria, the revolution he's talking about cannot take place at all. And please, lawyers are not to be addressed as barristers. Both the bench and the bar have made that clear. But you, Kelly, you keep addressing lawyers that come to your studio as barristers.
Okay, if you want to correct me, it's not by arresting me now. If I'm supposed to learn from what you're saying now, is this how I will learn?
Okay, no, sorry, but barrister.
I have noted you. I have heard what you have said. I will look into it.
Please,
no correct.
Please look into it.
No, nobody knows all. No, thank you so much. Nobody knows all. Don't do revolution here, please. Today 95.1. Who has the birthday? Mr. Arochukwu will ask you the moment.
Good morning.
Welcome, sir.
It's Perez from Bonnie Offshore.
Okay.
Yeah, please, I want to ask the lawyers in the houses, do we say have an incorruptible judge? When is the tribunal coming out with their judgment? If they are not going to do anything again, let us know that Tinubu is the person, or even though if the court now decide to say Tinubu, so that we should just be our mind to suffer for the next 4 years.
All right.
Why is the tribunal taking time like this? Because when the party has a case about rulership or land case, they will not allow any one person to occupy it. But now they have sworn him. Now he's using his veto power to appoint people. The people that he knows that will attack him and this, he's using them to surround him so that he will gain more ground. It's not okay now.
All right.
Thank you and God bless.
We don't have a date for the ruling yet. There are rumors. Some people are saying that it's the 16th, but there's no official announcement yet that ruling would drop on the 16th of September. In fact, the last one I even heard was from the chairman of the Labour Party, national chairman of the Labour Party, that said between on or before the 16th of September. 16th is a Saturday, so some people even ask, would the ruling be made on Saturday? So I have seen some of those speculations on social media that it will be on the 16th, but from official channels, nothing yet. Okay? Nothing yet. I want to ask this question before we look at messages sent this morning.
Chiku, what do we call them?
Esquire. Is it Esquire? Should it be Esquire?
No, just call the person by his name.
Mr.
Yes.
No, I called the barrister on air by his name. He didn't like it.
I don't know what ruling or what judgment gave that, because we know right from time that a lawyer, you can say Barrister Arochukwu, or you can say Arochukwu
just
Esquire.
the person by his name.
I called the lawyer on air by his name. He didn't like it.
There's no way.
I had to apologize to him. It was here.
Call me by my name, please.
If my name is Arochukwu, say Mr. Arochukwu, how will I not like it?
Yeah, no. What he's saying is that there are people who have very strong opinion against denying them their professional.
It was a serious matter because someone had told me this privately.
Then those of us that have multiple titles, how do we do it?
It's your fault now.
Ambassador.
It's your fault.
I for one doesn't even like being addressed as a barrister. Just tell me, Mr.
No, is there a way that legal
What's the standard practice
ought to be addressed?
Just counsel, or you call him by his name. I have known that even in the law school and even the seniors in the profession, this issue have been discussed and said over and over again. You don't say barrister. For instance, you don't write and say barrister so and so. It is wrong, because sometimes a story was told about a lawyer who wrote letter overseas and said barrister and put his name, and while they were replying from overseas, they wrote the barrister as if the barrister
is his first name.
Was his first name. Do you understand? So that although the common thing people know is barrister.
And you could be a solicitor, so they could also write solicitor.
so the ideal thing is, my name is Arochukwu Paul Obona, Mr. Arochukwu Paul Obona. That's
no.
Or Mr. Arochukwu. That's very simple.
Arochukwu Esquire.
When you get to court, you can do that. But as far as we are not in the court, or maybe when we are not on radio, because I can't afford to call you level. At a social, I can't afford to call without attaching that title, because it's not easy to get.
What if we use we'll call your last name and we'll say Esquire?
That's Mr. now. Esquire is Mr.
Esquire is just Mr. Gentleman.
I believe at least Esquire is attached to them.
But lawyers don't have exclusive possession of Esquire. You don't.
Okay.
It's not. Esquire is like.
I should have asked that caller. Wow.
What to call?
Yes, I should have asked.
Look, you want to call the person by his name.
No, I wasn't angry.
Call the person by his name.
By his name.
It's simple.
Let me ask this question. I was going to ask. I hope I haven't lost the question. Yeah, Wiki, PDP. Let's just stay here for a bit. It's a quick question because I have to read messages. Doctor, do you see Wiki campaigning for his party in the election? The off-cycle elections.
Which elections?
Kogi and Imo.
I can almost authoritatively say that I do not see him.
Is it because of the issues having with the party or individual difference?
The issues with the party are yet to be resolved.
How about individual difference?
Well, there may be. I don't think he has issues with the person.
Bayelsa, Kogi.
The three of them he has. The three of them he has. I just remember now that the three of them.
Imo.
Yes.
Imo.
Yes, I just remember that even the three of them.
Imo is APC now. Okay,
no. The PDP structure, he has the APC man in Imo State is currently his friend.
Okay.
Ordinarily, they've been palling. In Kogi, that's the spokesman for Dino Milai. I don't see
that one is off record.
I don't see him in any way campaigning for him.
Doyediri demolished Barrister State government property.
No, that's not an issue. It can be anybody's own. I'm not interested in the name. It's a solid state.
He did not support Doyediri.
That's the more important one. Yes. So I know they have a person. They just don't bring the demolition team for me. That's my thing.
So even if the party were to get around somehow miraculously the issues,
he may excuse himself if he thinks that personally he won't be able to walk around them.
Fine face.
100%. I do not see our former governor and minister of the Federal Capital Territory in the gathering of, I quote, ungodly people again. I do not see him anywhere in any gathering where PDP will gather to do anything again. He has said he is not in the PDP and APC. He has said he's not in the APC.
Will not support PDP at the national.
Even at the state level will be difficult.
But he gave a condition. He said if they apologize to him, that they have to apologize.
I've not heard that one. Okay.
Even if they did, I do not see Wike as a sitting minister of the FCT, even if he has said he's not in the APC, but only copying to help the president to actualize his dream. I do not see Wike picking mic in a PDP event and speak for the next 4 years.
How about doing it for the APC?
The possibility is there.
It's there. I'm not opposed to the ball.
Our Minister of Federal Capital Territory remains enigmatic. He remains unpredictable because he understands the system that party identities are in dissolution. It is the strong men of these parties that are marketing themselves using party identity. What will emerge at the end is who is for Wike, who is for Tinubu, who is for this, not who is for PDP, APC. Those things don't sell except at our own general crayfish level. We are being crayfish and pepper traders. They are the ones still carrying party identity. People have now gotten to the point of standing behind the, to borrow the terms of Arochukwu, oligarchs. The Nigerian oligarchs are emerging as those who have enough money to fund a party or a section of it. So what Wike would do depends on what Wike's interest is.
Okay. And what he sees.
Yeah.
Well, so far Wike has said the truth, all true and true. He said he's not a member of APC, it's clear. He said he's a member of PDP, it's true. Now Wike is the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. I doubt if you have the time to go down to Imo, Kogi and Bias and begin to do campaigns. So if I were him, you can see he has
Thank
a good
God you
job.
are not him.
If I were him, it's simple. I have a job I'm doing. There is no time for that, but I wish you people well. So I think he may wish them well and continue his
Sorry. Arochukwu.
Sir.
That assignment is not voluntary. It is mandatory if we have a party system running.
Yeah, we agree.
The party picks you and says, go and do this so that the party can win. Unfortunately, we know that parties are not working. They are a veil, a superficial veil, whereas the interest of individuals is what is underneath. So
possibly the interest of the nation.
I want us to look at this and don't forget. His Excellency, former Governor Wike, made it very clear that as long as he's concerned, he is a PDP member in Rivers State.
No, he said he's a PDP member.
He
didn't put the caveat.
No, he did. Before the elections.
No, before the elections. Yesterday interview.
No, yesterday he has not said that. But
he also said he has respect for the party.
I am coming from where he still tells you he's a party member. Of course, his state is still PDP. He has the structures in the states here as PDP.
And he has not resigned from
He has not left PDP. Of course, yes. He has not resigned from his word in Obiakpo. But listen very clear. Let PDP in River State do something today. Today, Wike will come.
Okay. Mr. Ndukwe.
Or in any of those states that he's helping to fund.
He will go.
He built PDP structures in different states of the federation. And those structures, as Dino Milaya confessed, those structures, even in Kogi,
did not vote for.
That those structures are loyal to only Wike, not to PDP.
The question is, do you see Wike, even if the party were to apologize to him, campaigning for
which party apologized?
PDP. If PDP apologized to him, the leadership of PDP apologized to him.
More conditions will come now. I think that's the end.
Do you see him campaigning for the party in the off-cycle elections?
I doubt, Kelly, I doubt. Whether they apologize to him or not, I think he will remain. See, he has shown his superiority over the PDP establishment.
Okay. Some messages now. Let's take some calls before we go. What is that thing that PDP is seeing in Wike's forehead that the NWT shivers each time it remembers him? Even new smaller political parties have discipline more than the PDP that is an old party as old as the current democracy. When Wike speaks, NWC shivers. PDP cannot win presidential election again with indiscipline. Mr. Law, that's your message. Thank you for reaching out. Hi, Kelly. To me, it's nice. Okay, this is not. Okay, I see some earlier messages dropping now. Good morning, Mr. Kelly Anogaima and the guests in the studio. I've always wondered why people say the best military rule is worse than the worst democracy. I find it difficult to agree with such ambiguous statements. Most African nations, Nigeria exclusive, are not practicing democracy but civilian government. Since 1999, we've been practicing the so-called democracy with all the freedom of speech that we've been speeching. What good has it done to the common man? As long as African rulers, including those in Nigeria, because we have the leaders here, because we have no leaders here, they continue the way they are going. They should expect more military takeovers. QED. All right, thank you for reaching out. Okay, I'm seeing older messages drop now. Let's just see through this. Hi, Kelly. Good morning, and the guests in the studio. Kelly, the matter regarding Wike and the PDP, honestly speaking, as of today, PDP is in the nationalist weak. Themselves, the PDP, they know. So, going further to suspend the only voice, Wike will be extinction. Wike na okra way they draw well. An icon of national unity. Kelly, I beg the man good, give it to him. Paul from Ekpeye Land. Thank you, Paul, for reaching out. Greetings everyone in the studio, especially to Barrister Ochiku, Friday Olu from Choba. Autocratic contagion spreading across Africa. Yes, indeed it is. And the autocratic contagion is equally running at parallel lines with highly contagious misgovernance across the Black continent, superintended by mean-spirited puppet in positions, paraphrasing. Who says soldiers don't have equal stake in the political space? The only thing Britain allowed us to copy freely is the use of English language. Okay, it's a hashtag contagion indeed. Some more messages. KM Hosfall, good morning to everyone. I want to believe that the PDP are made up of sound individuals. Please let us wait and see what they will do. I want to also believe that PDP do not only want to suspend, but also to punish Wike. All right, KM Hosfall, thank you for reaching out. Update. Wickedest PDP, my erudite panelists, deeply looking at the grave implications of the actions of the former governor, Nyesom Wike, how he dealt with PDP national and members loyal to the national party, which amounts to anti-party. The fact that the PDP could not hand in their national flag to a candidate in the state to fly due to his actions. If we're a nation, this alone, the PDP should not be on the ballot in that election, and he was not expelled. For me, I say the PDP has an axe to grind. Lawson from Ahoda. Thank you, Lawson, for reaching out. Good morning. And to the guests in the studio, good morning. Elects are taking us for granted for so long, but don't worry. Time will tell when their eyes shall share or see regret, and it will be too late for them. Eric. Okay? Let me do another one. My name is Go Getter from Oyibo Urban. Kelly and the guests in the studio, good morning. My joy today is that all party members go to the same market, same fuel station, etc. Please let us tell ourselves the truth, because the world is watching us. The outcome of the Nigeria Tribunal case between Peter Obi and the APC. Tinubu cannot be a president, to be honest with you. Thanks. That's your opinion. He's the president of Nigeria. How does Wike activity make my business better, or does that pay my rent? When you listen to radio stations in Lagos, this kind of petty discussions don't come up. That's not true. It is you journalists that give him the relevance, because I don't listen to him. Toy, all right? Toy, thank you for reaching out. You have a right to choose what you want to hear. Hi, Kelly. Exactly. Wike is right in his assertion that PDP cannot suspend him. I wish to assure him that he has unwavering support in River State. Austin Major. Thank you, Austin, for reaching out. Wike is trying to set up a trap for the PDP. He wants them to suspend him so he can then jump to the APC without hesitation. But the PDP are wise enough. They are just quietly looking at him. Why can't he say, I renounce my PDP membership? He wants PDP to give him a soft landing into the APC, but the PDP wants him to shamefully use his leg and go to the APC. Prosper Ubanwa from Alu. Thank you so much. PDP at this point don't want Wike to pronounce Wike suspension because they missed it when they ought to. On Wike's side, he wants the PDP to pronounce suspension for him to have a reason to defect officially so that it will not look as if he ran away from PDP. That's what the noise is all about. Stan. Another message. Hi, Kelly. Good morning. And the guests in the studio. The hard truth is that PDP cannot suspend Chief Ian Wike. This is because suspending a man like Wike, who has structures across all the states, will surely lead to the final burial of the party. Christian Williams from Igboeche. I'll just do two more. Hi, Kelly. Good morning. Gabon president says we should make noise that he doesn't know what is happening in his country. And I reply him that nobody will make noise, that Gabonese have celebrated the military takeover of power from him. I wonder why a family will run a country for 56 years. Revolution is gradually coming to Africa. No more carryover government without the people's choice. Kudos to the military. Thank God, ability at Twebu. Thank you for reaching out. And then Joyful Kelly, Mr. Brown and other... Okay, I greet Mr. Brown and other guests in the studio. The PDP has been hit with a typhoon of chaos. They and the APC are fading into obscurity due to their inefficiency. Make them just a play, Mr. Ikechi. And then a final message here. Again, Kelly, it's high time we all realize that the now FCT minister is succeeding in introducing democratic voodooism and what's known to be liberal democracy by those we copied from. Perhaps an intriguing variant of third world democracy, daring his so-called party leadership with such shameless boldness, marks of voodoo politics. Friday Olu from Choba. Okay, some of the messages at this time. I'm getting set to close. Okay. So let's close with the final story. Let me read this out. I asked a question on social media. Is our problem, which is bigger, structure or size? Which is it for us? And this is the story. IGP, 190,000 additional police personnel needed to secure Nigeria. Kayode Gbetoko, the acting inspector general of police, says Nigeria must recruit an additional 190,000 officers to secure the country. According to the News Agency of Nigeria, he spoke on yesterday, at the Defense Week for the Senior Executive Course 45 of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies in Jos, Plateau State. He says the required figure is needed to match the ratio of police to population recommended by the United Nations. Nigeria's current police strength is just over 370,000 officers, which is insufficient based on a ratio of one police officer to about 600 citizens. The UN recommends one officer to 450 citizens. To meet up with the benchmark, Gbetoko says the federal government needs to increase the annual recruitment quota of police personnel from 10,000 to 20,000. The Nigeria Police requires an additional 190,000 personnel to be at par with the United Nations recommendation. Inadequate manpower has resulted in low police presence and could hinder the federal government's industrialization effort. Without sufficient police presence and response capabilities, industrial sites are vulnerable to criminal activities, thereby hampering economic progress. The question I asked, and interestingly, a lot of the response have been, we need both. Is it the size or the structure? Which is the bigger issue or concern? Mr. Arochukwu.
I think it's the structure, the size of the country. The country is not even big.
No, the size. The police. The police. The size of the police. If you get 190,000, would it address our policing issues?
No, it will not. It will not if you do not fund them adequately, if you do not train and retrain them adequately, if you do not administer them adequately, it will not. It's not a matter of, number is very important.
Okay.
But quality number is what is required.
Of the 370,000, how many guard VIPs?
Exactly, that is the issue of administration now. How many people are out there to do police work? How did you train them? How did you equip them to do police work? How many did you put out there on the streets? What is their response capacity? This is what we are looking at. So you must look at the economy of the management of the police. Yes, we need numbers, but non-quality numbers and numbers adequately administered to do exact police work.
Well, Kelly, I don't think it's the number that is especially the problem. First, the number is important, however, and then, because that 190 is in addition to the one they have, good. But the behavior of the police officers themselves, even if you train them from here to heaven, and they are behaving in the way they are behaving, nothing will change. So, if the training and training itself will maybe make them adopt a new form of character exhibition. It's not only character. You may have something good in mind and then exhibit something vile. So the end is what will justify the means here. Again, how willing is federal government ready to put policing in the right frame it should be? Kelly, I don't know if you've gone to any police station and see where they stay. Who will stay there and come out and do a job that will be nice? I'm telling you, if you go to their conveniences, you will not, even you that is a visitor, will not want to enter there.
They don't even have.
But that's where they stay.
You went to their convenience?
My brother.
You don't make the mistake.
I went in there and my friend needed to ease himself. I went to their head there. We went to complain on something. He said, Oga, if we carry you to where we are, he came and said, come, let it not be that police is always very wicked. He pointed at a place. And before we even got closer to that place, we were already fainting. So we left. So if such environment, how will any police officer that comes to that particular place, assuming he's everywhere, perform at his best? So it will be nice you recruit more, whether 100, 200,000 or whatever. Then it will also be nice you train them and make sure that they behave according to the training. And again, make sure you give them motivation.
The tragedy of the Nigerian state is that the Nigerian people are facing an economy that has been hostile to them since 1860. This is an economy that has denied them competitive capacity. It's an economy that has made the people of Nigeria dependent so that they cannot really aspire to be the best. And it is demonstrated in every institution of our country. Is it the police? They are suffering from the same thing. The take-home pay, the markets they go to, the environment they are forced to work in, all of those things are against them. So if you don't, and you know, there is a link between economy and rule of law. If you don't have an economy that makes rule of law sustainable, it encourages people to break the law because they do not believe in it. So we need to give not just 190,000 more policemen to the country, but give 190,000 more areas of viability to the economy that will support the population and the police. You cannot create police without the people being in a happy condition. It turns into enslavement, which is where we have been since. Time to end enslavement and to create police for a civil society where the economy works to improve the life and capacity of each citizen.
Yeah, I think the issue of 190 is even very, very small for the country in addition to what we have. From the record coming from the Louis Edet House, we have 371,800 police officers in the country. And the estimate of the population of Nigeria today is 213 million. So if you do that mathematics, you see that one policeman currently is supposed to provide security for 573 persons. And when you remove all others who are attached to the VIPs, how many are left? So if we add this figure of 190 together with what we have, then we are going to have one police officer to 379 persons. And that is even to say that the VIPs are going to take a lot of these officers and I don't even have one left. If I look at the area where I come from, about 8 villages that is make up one ward 7 in Kana local government area where I come from, there is no police present. There is no police station. So that is why there is no one police officer to 8 villages. So if you have that kind of situation across the country, that is even a governable area. There are still areas that are governable and ungovernable where you don't even have the presence of these people.
So we need both size.
We need to increase that number, size and structure so that we can have enough police officers to handle some of the issues that is plaguing us in the country.
Doctor?
Beyond size and structure is the fact that we seem not to understand what policing is in its real sense. Walk around this country today, you have several private security firms, for instance. The question I've asked is, to what extent has the police liaised with these private security persons
who the government is not going to pay to increase policing. They won't pay. All they need is design policies to empower them slightly better so that they will have more capabilities. That's all they need. And this is just private security, for instance. We're always talking about employ, making government look like the Saraka that has to be dumped upon. But it's just some level of thinking. You have, take Transamadi, for instance. There is no yard in the whole of Transamadi, that's the real industrial area, from beginning to the end. That does not have private security persons. But do you know what they've done? Because they are not properly armed, as it were, they are not properly trained. Each of those here still keep
the police officers.
So what have you done? You've removed from the real group. Meanwhile, if you do a proper thing, all you need per house is just 2 vans or 3 vans
in the area,
in the whole of the area. That's all you need. And these other persons will do the ordinary needful if you do the proper connection. So we need to look at the structure of policing in the country. Instead of just these numbers.
Okay.
That's attached to size.
Okay.
Look at the proper policing of the structure of policing in the nation and tell ourselves, how best can we police without, because government is not thinking business, because government is not thinking economy. All they think is just dumping ground. Recruit. What are you recruiting? The persons you've recruited, you've not even been able to train them properly. You want to recruit. Meanwhile, you have several alternatives that could help you to do the same thing you want to do.
All right, we have to go. Let me first say a big thank you to Dr. Emmanuel Iroyanama, chartered arbitrator, mediator, management consultant, and socio-economic commentator. Thank you, sir.
Always my pleasure to be here.
I'm Apu Sanibo Bobosofuri Brown, managing consultant, CEO, Grain Consulting. Thank you, sir.
Nigerians, let's get organized. We must take back our country.
Fine Face Dumdamene Fine Face, environmental justice activist and executive director, Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center, YIC Nigeria. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerians.
And Arochukwu Paul Ugbona Esquire, National Coordinator, Civil Rights Council. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kelly. God bless Nigeria.
All right, that's our bit. We thank you all for staying with us today. Tomorrow we'll be back. Fridays are different, but always special. Kelly Kemenchima is my name. The world news at noon. All right, Lucky Maxwell should be here for that. Stay with Today 95.1 FM. More to come. It's the voice of the people. Good morning.
Put that down now. I go match and down. Oh yeah, give me that thing. Come on, give me the phone. Give me that thing. Oh yeah, shoot that police. They go over.
Insecurity has become a common factor in our general language within the Nigerian space, no doubt. Not only has it become a threat, it has begun taking diverse dimension we cannot ignore. A solution we seek. A desire to stop the trend is imminent.
Wait up, 2 seconds. Oh my
God, hey Jesus. Straight bullet though, what kind of country is this? Hey boy, I just said to go and buy something, what kind of thing is straight bullet from where? I'm finished though.
Directly or indirectly, we all have lost people, friends, family or acquaintances as a result of insecurity. But is security only the job of the government? No, security is not one man's job alone. Every individual in the society has a role to play in order to achieve a secure society. We urge citizens and indigents to adhere and respect the laws of the state, report irregular activities to the authorities, and we implore security agencies to carry out their duties as stipulated by the Constitution and not infringe on the rights of citizens. If we work together, we can build the Nigeria of our dreams. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Wike dares leadership of PDP to suspend him. Vice President Kashim Shettima says government initiatives to tackle security challenges in North on the way. President Bola Tinubu to address 78th session of UNGA General Debate in New York on the forum seeing North Korea conduct simulated nuclear strike across South Korea. I am Lucky Maxwell. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has dared the leadership of the People's Democratic Party to suspend or discipline him. Wike, who spoke during a television program, said he has not seen the party chieftain who will suspend or expel him from the party. The minister also said he should be the one calling for the discipline of those who violated the party's constitution in regard to the party's supported rotation. The ex-governor said he informed the leadership of the PDP before accepting the ministerial offer of President Bola Tinubu of the ruling All Progressive Congress. Wike, who also maintained that he remains a PDP chieftain despite working for the APC-led government, said he owes no one an apology for supporting power shift to southern Nigeria. He explained that his work as a minister is not for political reasons but for fairness and capacity to do the job he has been assigned to do.
This government wrote to all the governors of PDP and APC to nominate people for appointments. PDP governors nominated people for appointment. To tell you how I respect the party, I wrote to the national chairman and his people that this is the offer made to me by the president. I wrote a letter to the zonal chairman of my party. They said, accept it. It's a court of duty. I wrote to the state chairman of my party. He said, accept it. Who are these people coming to say they will discipline? Who dares that person that will say, will suspend? Who is that person? I want to dare anybody who will say that.
Meanwhile, the All Progressives Congress in Osun State has announced the expulsion of 84 of its members for engaging in alleged anti-party activities. In a statement by the Osun APC chairman, Soko Lawal, the party took the decision following complaints of anti-party activities against those expelled. According to the party, following complaints of anti-party activities, the State Executive Committee constituted a disciplinary committee to investigate the allegations against some members. This disciplinary measure, it said, came in response to the allegations of misconduct and actions that embarrassed and brought the party to disrepute. The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, says the federal and re-strategizing to fast-track development in the region. President Bola Tinubu is expected to address the 78th session of the high-level general debate of the United Nations General Assembly at the UN headquarters in New York on Tuesday, September 19. Report says President Tinubu, in his first outing to the Assembly, will be addressing world leaders in the evening of that day. The Nigerian president will be the fifth African leader to speak on day one of the gathering, according to the speakers list from the Office of the General Assembly President. According to the list, Tinubu will be the 14th speaker out of 20 leaders slated to speak on the first day. The theme of the General Assembly, including the general debate, will be rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has expressed concern over the latest coup in Gabon, where President Ali Bongo has been ousted and placed under house arrest. According to a statement by his special assistant on media and publicity, Ajuru Ngelali, the president believes that the rule of law and a faithful recourse to the constitutional resolutions, an instrument of electoral dispute resolution, must not at any time be allowed to perish from Africa. The statement further said President Tinubu is working with other heads of state in the African Union on the next steps forward in Gabon. As socio-political affairs analyst Asonumaka George has allayed concerns over a possible military intervention in the country following dissatisfaction expressed by some Nigerians over the conduct of the 2023 general elections. Speaking to Today FM, George said the situation in Nigeria is peculiar compared to the situations in Mali, Burkina Faso, Chad, Niger, and most recently Gabon.
The Gabonese situation is unique. Every case of military intervention in the political landscape of countries, certain variables must be taken into account. In the case of Gabon, something like this happened in 2019. So it's not the first time it's happening there. But in our own country, the structures are different. The society is different. Ethnicity, diversity is not like what obtains in some of these African African countries. We have a form of a semi-developed structure and military on ground that are occupied with insurgencies and trying to now see if they're going to be distracted with what is happening at Niger to even plot a coup. It's not going to happen. We don't have that. We shouldn't even bother about that.
The analyst who spoke on the possible outcome of the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal ruling slated for next month.
Now, looking at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, do the opposition actually think they will get the expected ruling? Because cases in court are usually decided by the evidence and the petitions brought before it. It's not by perceptions or public opinion. The judges there will rule based on what is given to them, and what is presented to them might be difficult to upturn the results. It might be difficult. The worst that can happen is a rerun. And if it's a rerun, constitutionally, it's just only two candidates that will run for the rerun, the first and the second.
The Rivers State House of Assembly has constituted its standing committees that will oversee ministries, departments, and agencies in the state. The Speaker of the House, Martin Somehule, who announced this during plenary, said all chairmen of the standing committees were carefully selected. Martin Amehule advised that the core values of the legislature should remain paramount as they carry out their functions. Today FM's Priya Izogo reports that the Public Works Utility Amendment Bill was committed to the House Committee on the Whole after its skilled second reading. This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM. We'll be right back after the short break.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us. Now the rest of the news. The governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, has advised people of the state to key into the initiative of the police and other groups in achieving a crime-free society in the state. Governor Fubara, who spoke during the flag-off of Rivers Zero Crime with the theme Campaign for a Crime-Free Terrain, noted that a state where crime thrives cannot experience development. Hence, everyone must support in the fight against crime and criminality. The governor was represented at the event by his deputy, Professor Ngozi Odu.
Very profoundly, the synergy that is being expressed that will be put together from sponsors. Because if Rivers State is not peaceful, if Rivers State is not free of crime, development cannot come in. People cannot sleep. And therefore, this initiative, for me, is the first time I'm hearing it. All of us must work in synergy. Like he says, no information is too small. I want us to see a River State where people can come back and have their nightlives and have industries. We talk about youths not being engaged fully. If industries are here, more youths will be engaged. Youth restiveness will slow down.
Earlier in his address, the Commissioner of Police, Wonye Meke, said within barely 3 months of his appointment as CP in the state, the command has been able to arrest 66 suspects on various offenses. Over 20 persons have been rescued from kidnappers, while 18 criminals have been killed and hundreds of arms and ammunition recovered.
In the actualization of the epoch-making event, an initiative bettered out of the need to effectively rebuild trust, fight crime, promote the positive union between the police and the citizenry to the purpose of proactive and intelligent-driven policing, and so as to improve the economic development of our dear River State. The River State Zero Crime Initiative, even though it is bettered by the River State Police Command, is people-driven. The team are resilient and hard-working civilians who, in a very short period of time, understood the vision and decided to run with. Their job is very simple: to give the initiative a public sensitization, information management, and proper communication. Crime fighting should be everybody's business.
Today FM's Uchende Joa reports that representatives of different groups and organizations were present at the flag-off of the Rivers Zero Crime. Stakeholders in various sectors across state of the Niger Delta region have been urged to put more effort in the promotion and advancement of peace of the region. This formed part of the recommendations at a peace-building summit of stakeholders in the non-formal sector organized by the Niger Delta Peace and Security Network in Port Harcourt. The facilitator of the Niger Delta Peace and Security, Franklin Nelson, said the summit was aimed at sharing ideas on how to foster peace building and enhance security in the River State and the Niger Delta region. Nelson, who said the program is also to ensure that all hands are on deck in mitigating violence and building peace in the region, stressed that it gives way for synergy, enhance the capacity of participants to inculcate security measures in their day-to-day activities.
Part of what they do is peace building. One of the things we achieve by doing this is that those who come for this meeting, their capacities are enhanced and built. There is opportunities for networking. Those who are lacking in certain areas get to know people who are working in the area. They don't have capacity. And there's a synergy when these things happen. And then people are also able to inculcate the security measures and understanding they have here into the work they do. People get security conscious because security is everybody's business. So everybody have to understand how everybody has to work to secure everybody. Partners for Peace, it is evident in the 9 Niger Delta states. So in Rivers State, they engage with those who are vulnerable and those who are susceptible to violence. They ensure that peace is enhanced.
Nelson, who is also the Director of Community Resource Development, while reacting to a report by the Nigeria Meteorological Agency, warning citizens to prepare for earlier than normal onset of flood in parts of the country, urged the government and relevant agencies to put necessary measures in place to mitigate the flood.
We liaise with other NGOs to help create awareness about climate change issues, and then we also ensure that relief materials get to those who are hard hit, to sensitize government organizations who are into helping communities that are vulnerable to start action before the flood comes.
Today FM's correspondent reports that stakeholders in non-formal sectors attended. In the meantime, the Rivers State Police Command says its operatives killed a suspected kidnapper in Choba after he collected 2 million naira from the family of the victim and demanded an additional 3 million naira. The State Commissioner of Police, Wonyi Emeka, who revealed this while parading suspect linked to criminal incidents in different parts of the state, also disclosed the arrest of a suspected notorious cultist and some kidnappers from Rumodugu in Emoha who killed a police inspector in his community. CP Emeka also said operatives of the command equally arrested criminals around the trailer park axis of Eleme and within Elelewon in Obiakwa local government area of the state.
We have about 10 cases, suspect stories. On Friday, August 25th, 2023, at about 8:45 hours, police operative received a distress call from the police control room, Port Harcourt, regarding an abduction incident in Opolo community, Obiakwa local government area. Our HOC team swiftly responded and arrested one member of a notorious gang identified as Ikechi James, age 29. We also recovered the gang's operational vehicle. Following a discreet investigation into the kidnap of an 11-year-old child from Okurama, Abuloma, Port Harcourt, our operative arrested the principal suspect, Ben Marvelous Geoffrey, aged 23, in Oron.
CP Wonyi Emeka also said the police, in collaboration with the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, have commenced steps to sanction petrol station owners and their pump attendants who resort to sharp practices in order to shortchange customers.
Invited the culprits, and some of them have made some statements, and we're working on that. Even the NNPC has even gone further than us to have been sent some reasonable sanctions on those people who did those short practices. So that is to tell you that we also have our eagle eyes on the states. But don't stop in informing us those things you don't like. And that brings us also to what the initiative of Rivers Zero Crime Initiative is all about. It's all about synergy between the civilian, the citizens, with a view to serving you better.
A senior agriculture officer in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Amaibuama Orugwani, has urged farmers in River State to form a platform where they can table all their complaints to the federal government in one voice. Amaibuama, who made the call while supervising a training workshop organized by the ministry to educate River State farmers on yam processing and packaging, said the formation of a single body by the farmers will bring a speedy growth to agriculture in the state, as it will enable the federal government to work more effectively in serving them.
Without agriculture, there is no nation. Agriculture is the bedrock of the nation, of every growing nation. If they really want the government to hear their voice, they should be able to form what we call farmers' organization, so that they can be able to fight for what they want. Can be able to speak on what they need and when they need it and when they're supposed to farm it, so that all these farm inputs that are coming, they will tell us when they need it. Not we just bring it, we share it. Sometimes they may bring it, the ADP may not share it on time, and it will affect their productivity.
Reacting, one of the beneficiaries of the training, Godwin Akondu, commended the federal government but said the training is not enough, as they need the federal government to support them with equipment.
We want government to be organizing such trainings from time to time, because farmers need to be carried along technically, so that from time to time their knowledge is being enhanced, which will equally contribute to increase yield, because the more you acquire more techniques, the more you improve in your skills. Again, what I'm equally soliciting from government is not just training. While they are trying for capacity building, we also need this equipment, because we have been calling on government to bring these equipment close to the people. Because this time around we are talking about mechanized farming. There's no how you can embark in mechanized farming with knives and hoes. We need tractors, we need bulldozers.
Today FM's Olawale Sanusi reports that 50 farmers, mostly youth and women, benefited from the emergency training. The Akomoral Motorcycle Union IBA branch has scheduled Saturday, 2nd September 2023 for the inauguration of its new executive members who emerged victorious in the just concluded election. The leadership of the union in a statement said the inauguration will take place at IBA Town Hall at 10 a.m. on that Saturday, and that the reception will follow immediately at Elewon Memorial Hall in Umobizu, IBA. According to a statement jointly signed by the newly elected chairman Samson Njoku, who is popularly called Ochi Arire One, the general secretary Hembom Amadi, and the treasurer Emmanuel Oho, urged union members and friends of the Akada riders to grace the occasion. The statement further reiterated the new executive stand to ensure progress among members of the union and to also ensure safe transportation of the people using Iba Obili, Elele Shiopo routes. On the foreign scene, North Korea has conducted a simulated Scorched Earth nuclear strike on targets across South Korea in reaction to Allied exercises that it said amounted to plans for a preemptive nuclear attack by the United States. Report says North Korea envisions a potential war, including countering any attack by striking the South with nuclear weapons, then sweeping in to occupy its territory. South Korea's military said North Korea fired 2 short-range ballistic missiles into the sea hours after the U.S. deployed B-1B bombers for Allied air drills. South Korea's presidential office convened a security meeting after North Korea's late-night lunch, which followed its second failed attempt last week to put its first spy satellite into orbit. Meanwhile, Japan's Chief Cabinet Secretary Hirokazu Matsuno says Japan will intercept North Korea's missiles if they fly over Japan's territory. In sport, Fulham has signed Swansea goalkeeper Steven Bender in a deal worth £1 million. Bender agreed a 3-year contract with the Premier League club, who hold an option to extend by a further year. Bender joined Swansea from 1860 Munich in 2017 and had loan spells at Sweden and Peterborough. He made 23 appearances for the Welsh club last season with a knee injury in January, cutting short his campaign. Bender is still recovering from that injury and may not return to action until later this season. When fit, he will provide competition for Fulham's first-choice keeper, Ben Leno, and deputy Marek Rodak. To end the news, as a summary of the major stories. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has dared the leadership of the PDP to suspend or discipline him. The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, has said the federal government's initiative to tackle security and economic challenges in the north is underway. We told you that President Bola Tinubu is expected to address the 78th session of the UNGA General Debate in New York on the foreign scene. You also heard that North Korea has conducted simulated nuclear strike across South Korea. Stella Sasson will edit the news. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818 3892850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Good afternoon. I am Lucky Maxwell.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Peace is a situation where there is no war or violence in a society. Peace allows wealth to accumulate and the society to advance.
Through peace, generations of wealth, education, technology can build up, thereby making people very prosperous and happy.
Without peace, there will be violence, war, and underdevelopment in our society. The most disadvantageous peace is far better than the most just war. Let us embrace peace for a better society.
This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM.
It's what I pray for. All around the world. It's what I pray for.
Hey, you want to speed drive? Come on, go to the racetrack. You want to smoke? Not on the steering wheel. You want to drink alcohol? Don't do it on wheels. Go to a bar and don't drive afterwards. Seatbelts are not for fancy. They're there to save your life. Know your traffic rules and obey them because they are for your own good. Drive with care because life is dear.
Thomas Edison, who lived from 1847 to
Adokia Amiesimaka in the Nigerian story, is quite a unique and exemplary one. He is both an accomplished legal practitioner as well as a sportsman. As a lawyer in the service of his native River State, he rose to become the State Attorney General. As a sportsman, he played football for the national team. Even as a law student, he was fondly nicknamed Chief Justice and was a terror to opposing defenders on the left wing. As a law student at the University of Lagos, Adokie played for the Enugu Rangers Football Club of Enugu, Sharks Football Club of Port Harcourt, now Rivers United, African Continental Bank Football Club Lagos, and the Nigerian national football team. Adokie was a member of the Nigerian side that won gold at the African Cup of Nations in 1980 and played at the soccer finals of the 1980 Summer Olympics. He also represented Nigeria at the 1978 and 1982 FIFA World Cup qualifiers. Adokie's victory at the African Cup of Nations in 1980 with the Nigerian national team earned him and the entire team the National Award of Member of the Order of the Niger. In 2009, Adokie, a columnist with the Punch newspaper and Nigerian Daily, was embroiled in controversy following his claim in his weekly column that some members of the Nigerian under-17 football team were a lot older than their official ages. The football authorities in Nigeria did not, however, follow up on this claim. In 1977, and at a tender age of 20, Adokie married his heartthrob Barrister Mrs. Florence Adokie Amiesimaka, whom he met at the University of Lagos. This combination of national service on both the legal and sporting front is quite rare and very commendable.
Personality profile. Now you know. It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
Amina Ruth Sijuwade Esquire, former Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Kaduna State. She is a lawyer and learned administrator with over 24 years working experience in both the public and private sector. A goal-focused individual, a natural leader, effective team player with good interpersonal skills. As former Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Kaduna State, she acted as the state's chief law officer,
advising the government on all legal matters that affect the state, its ministries, departments, and agencies, prosecution of all criminal cases in the state, defending all civil matters involved in the state, drafting of executive bills, contracts, MOUs, and vetting of same, and also protecting of citizens' rights against abuse or violation. Some successes achieved while serving as Attorney General include chairing the Committee of Attorney Generals of the 19 northern states, which reviewed the criminal procedure legislation by adopting the Administration of Criminal Justice Act. This has been passed by the State House of Assembly into law in 2017. She improved case management in the ministry by successfully setting up a computerized case management system to monitor and track all case files in the ministry. This was done with the support of the UK Department for International Development, DFID. She helped to review the guidelines for prisons decongestion to ease and made transparent the procedure for the prison decongestion exercise. She introduced skills acquisition program for prison inmates in collaboration with the National Open University of Nigeria and other partners in IT, tailoring, carpentry, and hairdressing. Amina reviewed the guidelines to ensure a fair, transparent, and equitable procedure for the recommendation of convicts to the governor for the exercise of prerogative of mercy. Furthermore, Amina initiated the setup of 4 no sexual assault referral centers in the 3 senatorial zones of the state to provide medical, psychosocial, as well as legal services free of charge to survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. On sub-ministerial appointments, she was chairman, Committee of Attorneys General of the Northern State of Nigeria, member, Body of Benches Nigeria, member, Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee Nigeria, chairman, Committee to set up KASLIA, Kaduna State Transport Law Enforcement Authority, chairman, Kaduna State Committee on the Proliferation of Small Arms and Light Weapons, Disarmament Committee. On charity work, till date, she is the coordinator, Abraham Seed Foundation, a non-governmental organization registered at the Corporate Affairs Commission in February 2008 and set up solely to provide care for homeless and abandoned children in the FCT. The goal is to help restore a sense of hope and purpose in their lives and help prepare them for independent life as equal citizens of our country. Amina Sijuwade was born on 2nd May 1968. She is 55 years of age and she is happily married to Adetokunbo Sijuwade, the managing director of Sijuwade Group. They have 2 children, Adeduni Sijuwade and Adejunwo Sijuwade.
Personality profile. Now you know.
Corruption is a dishonest action that destroys people's trust. Corruption takes many forms and can be interpreted by many people in many ways. It is hard to enter into any sector in Nigeria without observing one corrupt practice or the other. The faces of corruption ranges from political, universities and college, bank sector, the civil service, even the religious bodies. In Nigeria, factors like greed,